Forgot to turn off the desk fan.
So, welcome back everyone to another episode of Star Wars. Last time the party has done maybe a big or small loopsie. It remains to be seen. Um,
Remains to be seen.
It was a big
yes.
upsie. It was a big upsie on my part. As far as I'm standing.
Well,
Yeah.
look on the bright side. You did nothing.
Except look like a glorified whore.
Damn it.
Speaking of, I think Elena wants to talk to Neo quickly before the whole negotiations start.
No. If Neo also has stuff to do. Like I said, I want to, I don't know if I have to do mechanics or use computer to roll to try to put something in case, the
Yeah, do
droid
that
is
first.
meant to be used against him, you know,
Yep.
to be able to use it against
We are not.
the control.
Hmm, we are,
So what do I roll?
we're not going to the negotiations right away, so you'll have some time to do
Like I
stuff.
said, yeah, Neo does. Do your roll
Yeah,
first, Neo.
A mechanics roll is required
mechanics
for that.
roll.
I'm out of my
Hmm.
room.
Good.
Get back there!
Would
Lock the
that
door
be
behind
enough,
her.
or, or do I roll a force point?
Mm,
You know what? Just for luck's
whatever you
sake,
want. I
just for to be sure, I'm going to roll also a force point trying to see if I can get higher. Okay,
27.
and not much change it, but well, I tried.
yeah, it doesn't change
Oh,
the
excuse
results.
me.
It
I
changes
No
apologize.
because
problem.
I
We all
apologize.
it
have
changes
one.
it changes Pika's reaction though.
you, you're doing that well. Nia is suddenly working. Then he looks around, looks at. They're like, "Well, I know." He thinks, "Well, I know something I can do now." Well, I eat.
Bow, 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 bow.
Okay, so
Mhm.
um, you're successful in let's say locking in control to your
Mhm.
portable
Break breaks her
computer. Yes.
computer. Just in
Um,
case. I'm
yeah.
not going to use it. If things go smoothly, but if he tries to use it on us,
Mm-hmm.
I will turn it.
You also can say for
Hmm.
certain this time that the damage that the droid had
Hmm.
endured
Hmm.
during its initial destruction
Yeah.
is almost completely reverted. So it's in pretty good shape. Let's
Okay.
say someone that's not very good at mechanics and he doesn't know a lot about droids. He, they might think that it's a new one.
Okay. It is still. I didn't try to sell it as something new. I said
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
something
yeah.
we found by accident. So it will fit with the story and the dedication that we put. So that's good.
Oh, yes, yes. You've already mentioned that, and plus,
Hmm.
you know that the Sluicy guy that is the master of tech uh,
Hmm.
under the employment of Tenugrat seemed to be quite knowledgeable about this stuff.
Yeah.
So you don't have, you don't want to risk trying to mislead him.
Mm. Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
so uh, that's done.
Yeah.
Elena just
Um,
walks into the room and staying out of Neo, so I just leaned against the wall in the corner, waiting for him to finish.
When he finishes, he begins to put his tools away. He turns around to move in and sees Elena there. He looks at her, and that's a small wave.
I just sigh, looking a little bit down, and then just walk towards him.
Hmm. Something wrong?
When she finally approaches, you see that she's back in her customary robes and has her natural blonde hair back.
Mhm. Yeah. Hmm.
I came to apologise.
You don't have to. I did do something wrong, so there's nothing to apologize regarding that.
Yes, there is.
Neo just looks at you confused because he doesn't see.
I may have been a bit harsh in my treatment of you earlier, and it was unfair of me to compare you to Killeran.
Look, I don't have a problem with that mainly because you probably jump into the first example you had. You, from what you tell us, live a very sheltered life. We all make mistakes, and even if they are not necessarily on the green scheme of things, seems like they are of the same level when you think about the damage. They still, what matters is how they feel to you, and if they feel like that, you don't have nothing to apologize. No one can tell you how much someone wronged you or has not wronged you. It all depends on how you feel. May seem it may seem like unfair and like that, but life isn't fair sometimes. We just have to play with that.
I guess so. I doubt you want to be in my shoes anymore. I want to be, but I want to be in yours.
Yeah.
To put a smile back on his face, Elena looks at the droid with a smile and teases teases Neo by rubbing her knee in pain and laughing.
Well, hopefully this will go out well, he says, looking at the droid. I've done everything I can to try to make sure that this can be turned against us, but just in case, be ready if things go south. I'm not expecting this to be able to just completely deter them if we're able to take control of it.
Oh well. Just as a countermeasure, have you actually made a remote so we can control
Not
it from the ship?
necessarily a not necessarily a remote to control it from the ship. What I have not seen kids doing a lot of high level stuff, and I don't expect you to be a master user in terms of a computer. So I have it connected here to the bracer to my bracer computer, and he points to it. But the moment I forced to use this, I will also send a message so you guys can, come to the place. I will probably just say the GPS location and help. I will also tell this to get so we already know that.
Oh, don't worry about that. I was going to go talk to Ketch anyway. I'll tell him.
Thanks. I will use then this time to see if I can get some rest.
Okay. Elena goes back to the stairs and looks back at Neo.
And before she completely goes there, she says, "Hey,
I look at him.
don't worry about it. Don't overstress, and just do what you feel is right. That's the only thing anyone can do.
I
And
nod.
if you have something against something that we do, just stand your ground. Don't give up so easily the next time. Yes, it's probably better if in case we are trying making some kind of mistake or something that isn't needed.
Okay. I give him a smirk and say, "Oh, I remember you mentioned you wanted to make it up to me. I have the perfect idea.
Okay, he looks at you questionably.
When this is all over, and we actually can have a break from all this crap, I've heard of this nice resort on Naboo that's very relaxing for people who have had a lot of stress in their lives. You will catch an eye on a holiday."
Sure, sure. I will gather the money and we'll go there. You don't imagine how much a day of rest will be, or a few days of rest will be nice for me. The stress is clearly piling up on me.
Plus, it'll be nice to find somewhere in the galaxy that Ketch and I can walk around without being hunted.
Let's hope so. Honestly, I'm not thirsty for this place completely safe, but hey, if it can be just even for a few hours, sure, I take it.
I'm. I hope this doesn't go over wrong, but Elena walks down, gives puts her hand on on Leo's shoulder, gives him a
Mhm.
kind of like a sisterly kiss on the forehead, sort of like what siblings do, and then
Yeah.
she just says, just take care of yourself for my sake, and goes to the cockpit to talk to Ketch.
Before she goes, Neo just not and says, "I will try," and goes to the bedroom.
Catch, I want you to roll a perception check. Okay, everything seems
He
fine.
can reroll. He can reroll.
Yeah.
He can reroll. Oh
Okay,
Oh wow,
God!
that's
everything seems fine.
okay.
Is
Well,
it
at
stuff
least it isn't a one. At least it isn't a one.
So is this a roll that only Ketch has to make can make?
You can make a roll as well, but you'll have disadvantage on it. I mean, disadvantage, not as in -2. It's more difficult for you.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I also have a decent perception, so we'll see.
hmm
That's the
Well,
first
if you roll
one,
high enough.
and
Okay.
that's the second one.
Uh,
So a 17.
sorry,
No, no,
Pika.
no.
It looks like
You,
I gave you my perception powers.
you don't have to roll twice and keep come on
Keep the first one.
and keep the lowest one. You just
Okay.
make one roll, the first one, which is an 18, and a bonus or
Okay,
a small penalty is applied according to the situation.
okay,
Okay.
I mean, for the saga edition. For fifth edition, you did it correctly.
okay.
Okay.
For anything but the fifth edition. I think the only the fifth edition is using the two rolls rule.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yep, everything seems fine for you as well. Nothing catches your eye. So that's it. Continue on.
I actually walk
Okay.
in and sit next to Ketch. How you doing, little guy?
Uh, a little distracted, to role play my terrible, terrible perception rolls. What's going on?
Kitch. No. I will say this. Kitch is constantly thinking about. We have to solve the droid. He's
No, no,
constantly
no, no.
thinking that.
He's been
That's really
fidgeting with his
constant.
collection of souvenirs on the counter, just
Okay.
reorganizing them, making them look,
Okay.
you know,
Elena,
getting
pro-
them
El-
set how he wants.
Elena probably
Mhm.
Elena probably walks in at the time Ketch is resituating the crystal she got him from Osus. Uh, anyway, Neo asked me to tell you that he's got the droid almost fully repaired and set up, and he's got a control for it on his wrist-mounted computer, and he'll let us know if he needs any backup.
Okay.
Kinda hurts seeing it possibly go.
I know.
First the Chad speeder. Now,
Now the war droid.
now the word droid. What's next?
I know. I know, Ketch, but if
I'm
things
gonna
go
miss George.
well, if things go
So,
well as we plan, we won't have to lose George. and she gives him a smile.
Well,
The
hopefully
thing,
it'll
no, if
work
the
out.
things go bad, we don't lose George. If things go bad, we don't lose George. If things go well, we lose George.
No, if you think about it, if things go extremely well, we don't lose George.
Why? Oh, why extremely well?
I mean, extremely well.
Oh, you mean he betray us? We use George against him, and then the backup comes. We kick his ass, and then we keep George. You mean? Okay.
Either that, or we could just get him to, or we can just get him. He's a little reluctant to give the information. Elena uses force plus phone to him to give us the information and give us the money, but then walk away without the droid. You will give us the cash and the information. You have got everything you need. And you want tacos. God damn it, Cloud.
Yes, yes, Jawan, yes.
Anyway, chill up. I've managed to convince Neo to take us on holiday when this is all over.
Okay.
Anyway, after
Yes.
that,
Yes.
I remember
Yes.
this. I remember this.
yep,
I also remember it. That's why I say yes.
I remember it. Yep.
Uh, yeah, for the people who can't see what I posted on Discord, it's the Looney Tunes thing where the giant was naming people George.
Yeah, the abominable snowman catches Daffy Duck and
Nothing.
Bugs Bunny.
I think
Yep.
it's reoccurring that he picks people up and says he'll name them
Yeah.
George.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
So
Yeah. And then he just
after.
gets up and says, you know where I am. If you need me, just gives Catch an affectionate scratch and then goes back to her room.
Mm-hmm. So now that everyone has some time to relax and wait for the next day, um, Elena and Jawain make a use the force roll.
Mm-hmm.
It's desperate for us to figure out the bad thing that's happening.
Oh god damn it! I just so much of my food. Yes. Oh,
A booyah! 29.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
That's almost a 30.
Almost. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Elena, as you're trying to sleep, to relax and sleep, you have a faint, let's say, uh, something bothers you, but you don't know what it is exactly. Uh, After you give it a few minutes, it completely goes away, this strange, let's call it feeling, and then you feel as you did before, completely normal.
Okay.
And storm's coming up, honey. You better get home quick.
Sorry, what? I didn't hear it.
Storm's coming up, Elena. You better get home quick.
Yes.
Oh.
I mean, technically, She is probably a little girl compared to the rest of the crew because she's only in her very early 20s.
I think so. Let me a second. Let's remember the age that I put Neo. I just put he's an adult, so I will put him on his 30s.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So, after some hours of relaxation, um, Ketch, I believe you are sleeping on the cockpit.
He can sleep on the same room as I am,
Yeah,
so
Ketch has a
he
choice
has
of
a
sleeping
choice.
in the same room as Neo or the same room as Elena. No one's stopping him.
Okay.
Hmm.
Or
So
you
it's
could,
up to Pika.
or you could join Wayne in the fridge.
Who would?
Who would join
It's-
Joanne in the fridge?
no, it's a question, but then again, maybe he wants to not Join to not feel alone. So again, it's up to Catch where he sleeps.
Or Joanne could be doing something very experimental, and then
Okay,
all of a
I,
sudden Data wakes up and Joanne's just standing on top of her going, "What did he?"
I, I'm in trance right now.
Okay.
I'm doing intense training.
I make a can I make a mechanics check to convert my chair into something that can turn into a bed? I mean, I'm small, so that shouldn't be that
Like
hard.
I said, you can sleep wherever you want. We can make it so that in time we have because you sleep there. We made that one of those sleeping chairs.
You don't even have to
Is the
make a
one.
roll. You don't even have to make a roll for that. You just lean
Yeah, we
the
have
seat
it
a
here.
little bit back,
Yep.
grab
Not only
some.
that, not only that, we have it on the ship for a long time. We have plenty of time to do that, so you don't even have to roll when you think about it, Pika.
The chair's just got a little flippy back thing where
Mhm.
you can flip back, where you can just sit normally, just flip a paddle underneath the chair, and the backrest just
Yeah.
goes flat.
Mhm.
That's all Ketch has to do.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, that's just something minor. So yeah, we can say it's a sleeping chair with all the time we have here, Pika. So
sleeping chair.
well, I don't remember the name of those chairs, so I'm calling it that.
Recliner.
Yeah, recliner.
So, anyway, mm,
The, the chair I'm in is the only recliner chair in the cockpit. All the others are just regular
Yeah,
chairs.
hmm
yeah. Hmm.
so at some point you can feel someone uh, getting inside the cockpit with you as well. Then
Who?
you can see Desa's face leaning towards you, a bit, uh, somewhat
So,
reluctant, so that she
i-
doesn't know if
insert
you. She doesn't know if you're awake or not.
insert ugly Jawa face. Sorry, ugly Ewok face here.
Yes.
I make a perception roll to see what she's doing, or
She's pulling down her
Mm,
pants. This is
not.
not a good sign.
like, can I
Oh
pretend I'm
God.
asleep but still get a sense of what she's doing?
Um, you can roll a perception check to see if you wake up or not.
Still actually asleep.
Mm.
You know what? I can't
Eh,
roll 4 rolls in a row that are all below 10, can I? I in
Agree.
fact
It shouldn't
can,
be
but
possible.
There you go.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank
Ketch has
God.
finally woken
Good.
up.
Okay.
Uh,
You actually do wake up somewhat. You
I
can
make a
tell that.
stealth roll to pretend I'm still asleep.
Okay. If you want,
I'm a
you don't
teddy
have.
that's
bear.
Actually,
completely successful.
that's not a stealth. It's a deception roll.
Aw, dang it. I wanted to hide the fact that I was awake. My deception sucks.
No, he can stealth to make him look like a teddy bear, so it's not. So she thinks it's not really
I wish
Ketch.
I could. How much do you have in deception? Because I have a 9, so I wish I could give you that.
I have a 2 in
So,
deception.
oh,
Okay.
I wish I could give you 9.
My charisma is bad. Don't count
Well,
on me for
Si-
anything involving
Since
charisma.
mhm,
since you just woke up, it's easier for you to pretend to still be asleep. I mean,
mhm.
you're getting a bonus immediately. That's what that
This is
translates to.
this is not gonna go well. Oh wow.
Okay,
That went very
Alright
well.
guys.
Nice.
so
Every single roll I've had has been in ascending order. 1, 2, 7, 14. Actually no, that's oh it went down for stealth, so that went down to 13. But then up to 18.
okay,
Look, your stealth is like my mechanics. Even your bad rolls are good rolls.
Yes. Uh
okay. So she leans towards you, looking to see if you're awake or not.
Mhm.
She sees that you seem to be sleeping, and then you can feel a gentle poke at your shoulder. Uh, Pretty
well
much wake you up.
yeah. I don't
Uh,
think I think she's gonna prod me till I am awake, so I'll go, what do you want?
I'm sorry for waking you up, but well, it's the next day, and we're supposed to have a new meeting with Tenugrat. Have you seen anything strange, suspicious movements, or anything of that kind?
I was also distracted organizing my baubles yesterday, so I might have missed something.
Hmm. Okay. Is everyone else asleep still?
I'm
I'd
awake.
assume so.
I'm awake, but I'm
I- i-
meditating.
if it is a decent hour, Neo will be, getting up, maybe taking a shower and preparing some breakfast for himself. Maybe the rest of the crew, if he sees someone else awake.
Elena's awake, but she's still in
Mm.
her room meditating, so she might
Neil
look
might be
like she.
making calzones for breakfast, I'm not sure.
Breakfast
For
calzones.
breakfast? What
Break.
the
What?
fuck?
Sausage and bacon and egg calzones.
First of all, I wouldn't do one of such as a bacon. It would be something more like, tomato, cheese, ham, bit of pepper there.
Bacon and ham are similar.
No, no, they're not. There's a difference. Believe me in taste.
I know. I know.
The meat is so
Bacon's way
different.
But
better.
they're both
Ham is
pig.
better.
But even sausage is pig.
Yeah, but the thing is that ham is more, softer. It has more the kind of taste that isn't so strong. So for early on, it's probably, something better to have, in my opinion.
So yeah,
So
Elena's.
afterwards,
I'm
Mhm.
awake, but I'm in my room meditating, so I look like I'm asleep.
okay. So afterwards, you can see her looking outside, seeing how um, the landing, come on, the landing port that you are currently inside is what things are around you, what other ships are docked. And she goes, do you think that it will be easy for you to get out of this place if, you know, it's needed? You can make, actually, you can make two rolls here. You can make either perception if you feel that this is going uh, to help you, or a tactics, a knowledge tactics check.
We
I'll
really
maybe
need.
better. I
We
get my perception is higher and I get a reroll.
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
My perception
Okay.
is okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Phew. Wait. 22. That's save us.
Hmm. So, the only two things that seem somewhat troublesome, could be troublesome, is a
Mhm.
big door that seals the entire area pretty much, Uh, it's used for defensive reasons in case of bombardment or something like that, to protect the ships that are inside. If someone wanted to use it to keep someone inside, they could close it and you'd have a pretty tough job to get out. Um, you don't think that the weapons the Malcoten Turtle has on it right now will be able to do much damage to it for you to get out quickly. The second thing is that you can see two turbo laser turrets that are overseeing this um, port and a port that's completely opposite to the one you're now. But this could captain's chair. Oh, yes, exactly. Um,
Yes.
Hmm.
this is a dentist chair. Oh no.
Look, you can say whatever you want about dentists, but you can't refuse that they have comfortable chairs.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Uh, and but this is less scary than the blast doors because you have some skill, you have confidence in yourself, you know that you can make some maneuvers to minimize the damage.
Yes, he is
You
very
could.
good at drifting slightly to the left.
Look, drifting is not easy, so that's amazing. Especially if you can do it without having to worry about gravity.
Yeah.
Yes, I am the best pilot. I'm listing lazily to the left.
Other than that, the rest of the ships that are inside your port don't seem. You see no starfighters, so that's a big plus. You don't feel that there is a ship inside there that could prove troublesome for you. So the only two potential problems that you can see is number one, the blast door, and number two, the two cannons.
Want to do something to prevent them from closing the door, because that seems the most immediate concern.
Mm.
Maybe some sort of sabotage or computer hackery.
Yep.
I'm in the
Plug
kitchen,
someone into an
so
outlet.
I'm in the kitchen. So if they want me to go and do something, they could just shout, "Hey, Neo, could you do this?"
So yes, that's it pretty much. I don't know if you want to share this with the rest of the party.
I can do that.
Okay.
Probably Neo first. Hey Neo, if we're gonna secure our exit, there are two issues. The most major of
Neo,
which
Neo.
is the blast door.
Okay, give me a second. Neo was you catch Neo in middle of putting something on the oven, and he looks at you and there puts attention, says, "Okay, could you keep an eye on this? Just make sure that around 15 minutes at tops. If I take too much, you take it out."
Don't
And
worry,
he
I'll manage
goes.
your calzone. Catch
Neo
believes
goes
all
down
food
to
is
the
calzone.
Neo down through the through the the airlock, the exit ramp.
Mm-hmm.
He goes. First, I would like to do. Even if I'm going to suck at this, but just to be certain, I'm going to do a perception roll to
Okay.
see if I can find anything. Okay, 18. just to
Hmm.
see if there is, anyone that's paying attention to him or anything like that.
Yes. Um.
uh, mhm,
So you can see a few guys walking
mhm,
around. Mm, you can see a few more standing somewhat like guards in the area.
mhm.
Nothing that really catches your eye. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay. And does he? Do I catch the closest terminal to that could be connected to the, the doors and all that?
Hmm.
Yeah.
I approach there. I don't, if I see that there are people, around there that could be seen working on it, I just don't put myself too close, but close enough that my racing computer could connect.
See.
uh, so what do I end up doing? Is there a lot of people around there that are looking to the terminal or not?
You can see that there is one guy next to the terminal. Not com- not
Mhm.
directly next to it, but uh, very close to it.
He's a patient. He's paying attention to it.
He's not paying attention to it per se, but
Mhm.
he seems to be some kind of security for the area. So
Oh, okay. In that case, Neo will just put, his to at the limit of a range that he knows the his base computer could connect with the terminal.
okay,
And in that case, I will have to do instead of mechanics because I can enter with. I'm not close using that. I will have to use a news computer to try to access the system, right?
yes.
Okay, give me a second.
The problem here is that
Rolling
you
it.
cannot use your mechanics check because you don't have
Oh shit.
access.
Okay,
Okay.
so I don't get an access.
No, no. Unfortunately, you do not.
Ironically, that's the same as the intelligence of the bracelet computer.
Okay.
So
So,
uh,
your wrist
I see. I
PC tells your wrist
Yeah.
PC forms a
I
sentence.
understand. I understand. The language of make of machines. So
Yeah, it forms a
ba-
sentence and says,
in
"You're
Mandarin.
even
So
you're even more stupid than I am, and I'm a machine."
yes, look, he answers to it, and you see you see he puts an angry face. So you see that if someone looks around at him, it feels like he has the exasperated look or communicate with someone that it's kind of pulling his hair. Look, it's early in the morning. Give me a break. He put taps.
Okay, so your
Mhm,
attempt is unsuccessful.
mhm.
So
Okay, in that case, I would like to uh, is there not people around so that I could create some kind of diversion through deception if I roll well enough?
yeah, there are a few guys walking around.
Okay.
You could even try your luck with the security guard nearby if
Yeah,
you
I know,
feel
but
like doing that.
look, I will do this right now. Neo, it's not going to directly take about to him. He will make. I will roll deception, but it will be more of Neo thinking of a plan. To what to say to try to create a deception to the guy.
Hmm.
Just because if I roll badly, I will reroll.
Okay,
If this reroll goes badly, Neo doesn't come up with a good plan, so he's not going to act on it.
okay. So, your attempts are.
Okay.
Uh,
I no, his idea is to make a deception doesn't don't work out.
well, yeah. You fall flat in everything you try to do, pretty much, and you are okay. This is frustrating.
Yes, I am frustrated. I look around to see if there is some kind of. Okay, I'm
you
trying to think about what I can do, and I'm coming up blank. So
meanwhile on the ship.
Neo, frustrated, comes back to the ship. You see him that he does a sigh, like he kind of like he's exasperated and goes back to the ship, enters the ship and says, "I'm having a very bad morning, Catch. We will have to try to plan for something else because I there is a security guard and I'm not able to create a good distraction." And he looks at Ketch, he's doing stuff and says,
Don't worry,
"Where are
buddy.
you putting
I've
that?"
got it. Oh, I only put some nuts and berries in. Don't worry. For some reason, I was getting tempted to put in shrooms, but I don't think we need to be seeing things right now, so I did not.
Okay. So
If you need a
let's hope it.
distraction, I can go help with that.
Sure, sure. He shouts to Elena that that breakfast will be ready soon, so he she should keep an eye on the oven because Jawain, he even if he probably understands, he doesn't know if he understands how much the time it will take. So Neo and Ketch go out
Don't worry,
now
I'll
to
keep
try
an
to
eye
make
on the oven.
this.
Elena sneaks
Mhm.
out of her room. Actually, does add the mushrooms into it with her
Of
lightsaber.
course.
Surprising lack of mushrooms,
There's a
as
lack of.
Ketch removes them all from the vicinity.
Oh, don't worry, Elena's got a secret stash of mushrooms in her room, just in case.
I'm not
In
even
any
going.
case.
I'm not even going to ask. We all know what Elena has been doing for months
Oh no!
Okay. Oh
in this
God.
room now.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, man! I've got these magic powers, man.
Do you want
Uh,
to know where my magic comes from?
Even worse, she grew them on herself.
No, no.
yeah, that
No,
was the worst thing I was expecting to come out at
no.
some point.
Elena has hygiene.
You sure about that?
With the
We have
amount of time
talked
she
about
spends in her
Jedi.
room, doubtful.
Yeah, she makes
We we
regular visits to to the refresher.
we we have talked about the Jedi hygiene already, so I think we could move on this topic.
Yes, let's move on. So Elena adds the mushrooms.
Mm. So,
Evan goes back to her room.
So I'm gonna stealth out
mhm,
of the
okay,
ship so that they don't know that I have left.
okay.
I think that's a
Neo goes back, but doesn't go, visible on the path to, to where
Is
the computer is. Looks like they just do you have an idea to get the security guy away from the terminal?
yeah. I'm gonna get to an area kind of close
Oh my
by,
god,
but
Cloud!
hidden so I can make a sound to distract them away, and
Oh
then
god.
slink
Cloud!
my way back to the ship.
Okay. I will wait for to execute the plan, and then I will immediately jump to the terminal.
So is a 24 good enough to sneak near the guards, but not like towards exactly where they are without getting caught?
mm, yeah, it seems that they do not notice you.
All right. Uh, I start creating noise from my hidden location
Mhm,
to draw attention to myself. Well, at least to my location.
Mm-hmm.
mhm.
Oh, you can see the security guard looking around a bit. Then you can see him sync something in some kind of comlink, and then he starts approaching.
Alright, I'm gonna stealth leave back to the ship then.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
When Neo sees him go away, Neo goes to the terminal and begins to use his mechanic skills to access the terminal.
Okay.
Hmm. A 15, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You're successful.
Uh, and I create a link to the ship because by that point we will probably be on the ship or and the bracer computer to both locations so that I can quickly open it if for some reason it's closed.
Okay.
And
It
then I do I have to roll a stealth to get out or
it would be a good idea to roll just to be safe.
okay? Don't fail me, dexterity. Dexterity, you fail me again.
Okay, we can. Everyone in the vicinity. Well, almost
um,
everyone can
no, wait,
see.
wait, wait.
Wait, isn't
Can
passive
I?
perception like 10? Like 10 plus perception skill?
No, it's five. 5 for my stealth.
No, no,
Could I use?
isn't passive perception like 10 plus perception?
Yep.
Okay,
So unless someone has a +5 perception, Neo should be okay.
I should be okay. Okay. I was going to
Unless
say
there are two things here. If someone's passive perception exceeds 14, then they notice. And if someone is actively looking around,
yeah,
they can.
which the
Roll.
by the noise they
Yeah.
will probably um. Could I roll a deception to try to act like nothing, like I'm looking around to see what the noise is?
Okay. Yes, you can do that.
Please be good, please. Is that good enough to act like that
It is.
and not be suspicious?
Yeah. It is convincing enough for someone that
Mhm.
doesn't actually care too much about what's going on. So yes.
Okay. Opinions, people, because the should I re-roll it or not?
If Miss says it's good enough, then it's good enough.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with this. So I get away from the computer now, acting like I'm looking around,
Mm-hmm.
like I access it to see if I could see anything.
Yep. Okay. So you return back to the
Mhm.
ship.
Yeah. I look at the calzone and I see the mess that it is, and I say, "Oh well, let's let's hope that everyone likes it because I will probably just." He doesn't say it aloud, but he thinks, "But I will just probably just push it down my throat."
So, now that everyone's here, uh, and the food is ready,
This time.
yes, it's time
Breakfast.
for the
Breakfast
party
is
to
ready.
begin.
Can be smelled through the whole ship.
Yes, the smell is strong enough for Jawayne to get the memo and appear.
If he wants to eat, of course.
Unsurprisingly, Elena just doesn't even leave the room. A knife just floats towards the calzone. He takes a small piece, puts it on a plate, and the plate just floats out the room.
So anyway, we eat breakfast and then
Yep, you eat the breakfast. You can see Daisa walking around,
Mm-hmm.
making some preparations herself,
Of our own. Mm-hmm.
and then she approaches and tells the both of you, "Okay, I
Mm-hmm.
have, let's call it a plan in case things go south.
I have a cunning plan.
I have a cunning plan, my lord."
Neil looks at her for you her not like saying to continue.
So, I happen to know a few things about dealings in, let's call it the underworld. Um, and I could give a small performance to try and convince that what I'm saying is actually true, and everything is, as I say it is. Uh,
So what she's
if
telling
I'm
you is true.
successful,
Is it from a certain point of view?
yes.
Mm.
If I'm
Yeah.
successful, my bluff could have a lot of, let's say, gravitas for the crime lord to not do anything hasty or drastic. Uh,
Neil looks at her and says, "Okay, that will probably the first plan we do if things begin to look like going south. If they
okay,
go to the horrible extreme," Neil says, "I have a few backups in place for the escape we have been working on, thanks to what gets caught my attention to."
okay, good to know. So, um, I think it would probably be better if I tell you about what I'm going to say in case
Hmm.
we get to that point,
Yeah,
so
better
that
to
you
be
won't
in
get
the.
surprised or anything.
Hmm.
I actually know for a fact that the current leader of the Black Suns is a quite famous guy. Um, he's actually a prince, a royalty on his planet.
Hmm.
Um,
With any notes following.
he has a lot of connections and friends in very high places all around the galaxy, as one could guess, of course.
Yeah, but that he has royalty connections also explains more why the Black Suns have become such powerful force. Because one thing is making connections through the business and making it grow, and one is having this kind of access.
Yes,
Let's be
and
honest.
from one of my previous, let's call it jobs, I happen
Mhm.
to know that one of his, well, allies for now, um, but for how long, only time will tell, um, a hat.
Yeah, we know about that. That he had a connection with the head. Sadly, we did get in the middle of that. So there's that.
Okay, that's interesting. Um, so the name is Grappa the Hat. He might be able to, like, saying claiming that we come to investigate on his behalf might be enough to get us out of trouble.
Probably they will probably won't want trolls with the hat, but they will probably try to communicate with that. So we will probably
Especially,
send that bluff and try to escape as best as we can.
especially with one that it is common knowledge, at least for Black Sun leadership and higher ups, that he is actually working with them. So
Mm, yeah.
at that point, she looks around and says, "Correct me if I'm wrong, but what we are trying to find out seems to be quite secretive, even for the members of the Black Sun.
Yes.
This will go great.
I know this is, but sadly it was this or trying to play or like and hoping that the head that we had a connection to wasn't friend with this grow up person and he wouldn't when it comes to know the fact that we were involved in some way or another because I don't know they had influence that we were involved in ruining a bit of business that he had with the Black Suns. Yeah, things would probably have went even worse if we had gone for that option.
Okay, and that leaves the last thing,
Mhm.
she says. Um, which of which one of us are going to meet Tenugrad today?
Neo looks at them and says, "The two of us for sure. I will try to see if I can get Jawin to come. Elena, I don't think she will want to come and do the with that same of clothing and all that again. So we're not going to force it. If he says she wants to come, then sure. But if not, I will try to get Jawin to come. We can say that it's more like he's the Jawa that works on our crew, like scrapping stuff to make it easier to fix stuff, and he grew really attached to the droid.
Okay.
So he wants to see it in good hands and all that.
Okay, okay. So, let's ask then.
Hmm. Uh, of course, first we go with the one that we want to make sure he could be here, so we go with Jawain. I
Hmm.
go to Jawain. I call him up from outside his quarters, if we can call them that.
Come, open the fridge. Get out.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's not that imperative. So yeah. Mm, Cloud, you're here.
Yes.
Okay. He Neo knocks the door, waits for it to open.
The door
Does
opens.
it open?
Yes.
He looks at Joe. He looks at Joe and says, "Hey, would you have a problem coming with me and
Dasa.
damn it, I forgot the name. Yeah, Misa to the meeting here. You don't have to talk or anything like that. You maybe have to act like really you really care for the giant droid that we are going to try to sell to them for in exchange for information. And if things go south, you can just go ham and while we retreat.
Sure.
Thanks, man.
I
After
can
this, just
I can keep your I can keep your bag safe. Yes, I can keep your bag safe.
thanks, man. I know I can count with you. I will tell you when we have to go. Unless by the way, I don't know if you have heard, but the breakfast was ready. If you want to grab it, you can go there and grab a piece. If not, well, I don't blame you for not going. He says in low voice between the two of them.
Okay, I will
Y-
eat. I will eat from
go
the
on.
trash compactor again. No.
Okay.
So no, I have no reason not to go and eat breakfast.
Okay.
So,
After that,
as you
Neo goes to the
as as
yeah.
as you return to the main area of the ship, you can
Mhm.
see you can see Desa trying out some of the skull journeys and B. And she's like,
Yeah.
"What's inside this thing?"
Supposedly, it was supposed to be just ham, tomato, and cheese. But it seems the people wanted to, add stuff. And they added, and they added, and it became this.
You can only hear a sigh.
I know, he says Nia. I will go to see if Elena wants, Elena is okay with this or she wants to come too. If we can get both of them here, maybe it will be, if not,
Both.
yeah, both, Elena and Joanne. So he goes, he knocks on Elena's door.
I used the force to open it.
Okay. And Neo enters and says, hey, look, Jawan is coming with us for the meeting, so you don't have to come. But I think that it would be fair, seeing as you have already been involved, to ask you, do you want to come or not to the meeting? You will have to wear the disguise again, obviously. So
No.
again, it's your choice. Okay. Be ready just in case things go south.
I actually say to him before he leaves, it's not because I don't want to
Mhm.
help you. It's my concern is I need someone needs to be here to make sure Ketch has some cover if we need to make a good escape, and I might be the best person for that.
Where's
Okay.
irrelevant if they can't
In
find
it,
you.
uh,
Look,
you see the neo notes in agreement, and then turns and goes back
I call
to
I call out
finishing
I
further
call out to him
preparations.
as he's leaving, going,
Mhm,
"Be careful."
mhm. He looks back and says, "Always try to. Not always happens, but always try."
Okay.
So he goes back to finishing whatever it is that
Hmm.
he has to be finished in
Yep.
preparations. Mhm.
Uh, yes. She asks, so she's not coming then.
No, she wants to stay here in case something comes after catch the ship.
Okay, that's understandable.
Mhm.
So, are we ready to move out?
Neo just looks at Jawain to see if he nods in return saying he's ready or not. I
Uh,
assume he nods back and says,
Yes.
"Yeah, we are."
Everybody's just
okay.
standing there menacingly.
Yes.
Neo assumes that yeah, he's saying yes, yeah, because I said yeah,
I
we're
I
ready.
I as I assume starting position. Version menacingly.
Yes.
Ketch begins
So we
working on a
move
light
down.
program so that whenever Joanne's doing stuff, it'll just turn off all the lights except for over the current speaker and Joanne.
Yeah. Uh, in any case, we begin to preparations. We move the droid for giving the key to the drop point and all that.
Okay.
Hmm.
So, you make all the preparations
Hmm.
that are needed,
Hmm.
and you get outside with
Hmm.
the droid.
Yeah.
You start moving
Hmm.
towards uh, Tenugrat Estate once again,
Yeah. Hmm.
and after an hour of walking, you arrive there. You can see that outside there's a big party of armed men.
Hmm.
They see you and say,
Of
"Oh,
course.
you must be the guys that are bringing the battle droid, correct?"
Correct. Says
Okay,
Neo. Look at it.
okay. So we'll be taking that to Master. Come on, I'm forgetting his name all the time.
Telegraph.
Rat.
Not him.
Oh,
Uh,
the tech guy.
yes.
Snake Face McGee.
Mhm. Mhm. That Neo says. You
Yes,
won't have no problem with us just going not to act or anything, just to look, that everything is in order. We wouldn't like, to appear unprofessional. We just want to look. We won't do anything. The control of the droid is all yours to take it and all that. We're just going to be looking to see if the assessment and all is okay.
yes, of course. So follow us, he says.
We follow him then.
Yep, everyone follows him, follows the entire party actually. Um,
Hmm.
and you get to the same office that you entered before.
Hmm.
You can see the big Sluisi coming out of his
Office.
room,
Hmm.
and you can see him approaching the droid with interest for the first time.
Snake
Yeah.
Face McGee approves.
He approaches the droid, starts looking at it. Um, you can see that he has a few devices in his belt,
Yeah.
in his utility
Mhm.
belt.
Could
He gets out
with
two of them.
with my knowledge in technology, could I assess what those devices are?
Mm-hmm. You could
I roll
make a roll, yes. Okay.
23. Mm-hmm.
So one of them is to check is a portable device for quick analysis if something is broken or everything. Come on, there's a specific word for that.
On by condition.
This condition.
I'm trying to,
Uh,
give you words so maybe.
to diagnose if there are any
Oh, yeah.
problems. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Um, yes, you can see that he makes a quick test using
Mm-hmm.
this device, and afterwards
Yeah.
you can see him pulling out the second one.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that
Mm-hmm.
it's a locking device pretty much. It restrains droids from
Mm-hmm.
doing stuff that uh, I- imagine that it's a small kind of software, let's call it that. It's
Mm-hmm.
not software, but in
Yeah.
order to make it as
Yeah.
simple as I can.
It's a mechanism that activates the
It
locking the parts of the droid.
Yes, it
Mhm.
pretty much overrides the droid's
Mhm.
programming to prevent it from taking certain actions. Uh,
Yeah, it's no problem because the main worry of putting the device, the program that I did on the droid to try to take control of it is more if they try to turn it against us. I have no
yes,
doubt that we can't escape from not easily put from the army people without having to use the droid. So I have no problem with this. Hmm.
yes. So he puts it on and then says, according to my first analysis, everything seems pretty good. I'll run a few more detailed tests, and soon enough you'll have my assessment of this battle droid, he says while he's looking at it. Um, then, while he's moving with the droid
Yeah.
to the back room, he says,
Hmm.
do you happen to know at what year it was built or not?
No. Neo says no. We, like I mentioned, we just found it on the what appeared to be a battlefield damage and all that, and I just cleared the programming in case there was something that could be turned against us, and then just working on repairing it.
Okay, no problem. I will check its memory and see what I
Yeah.
can find, he says.
Hmm. Okay.
And afterwards, the rest of the guards say, okay, now you can meet the boss and seal the deal, I guess.
Neo nods and says, "Lead the way."
Okay.
Mm,
and they lead you back to the same room that
mm,
you were in last time.
previously.
This time there were fewer people
Of course.
inside. It's also um, the light of day, so yes.
Hmm.
You can see him with his guards standing at the same
Of course.
spot and doing the same thing they did before,
Mhm.
uh, just
Really?
standing close by, but
Mhm.
trying to be as invisible as they can.
Mhm. Yeah.
Mostly to him and not to you.
Mhm.
Um, you approach with the rest of
Yeah. Mhm. The
the
crew.
guys. Yes, he sees you and he gets up a little bit, shows
Mhm.
you with, presents the chairs with his hand, and says, "Welcome back.
We
Please sit down."
Neo nods and says, "So after sit down, so I take it that from now everything seems okay."
Yes, I believe everything's okay. I'll be waiting for the detailed report from
Mhm.
my tech guys, and afterwards, all's well.
Sorry, I was looking at the gift pickup
Yeah.
share. Mhm. Neo just nods in response,
Yep.
of course.
Hmm. I see with great um, I see with great pleasure that your Twi'lek friend is here as well, but I don't see the second one. Instead, I see a Jawa.
Sadly, Neo says, puts an apology, shitty smile, says, sadly, the other girl in this case is because this was going to be more business than maybe pleasure and all that. He this is how it is, droids and all that. She lost interest and all that and decided to stay with the ship with her other companion. The Jawa here helped me with dismantling initially the droid for fixing it and all that and grew to attach to it. So he wanted to be here and hear that everything is okay.
Yes, yes, that's good. So about your inquiry,
Yes.
what exactly do you want to learn?
I want to learn more about what the project was. I don't want to. I'm not interested on what the use was or what the leader wanted. I just want to know more about the project itself. What was about, what they were trying to make, and all that.
Well, about that, it's actually a very interesting topic. I discreetly looked into it yesterday,
Yeah.
and as I expected, I had no luck.
Mm,
Well, the boss is like that, of course. He doesn't like other people to know what his dealings are.
makes sense.
Yeah, he's a little bit careful. Someone would go as far as to say paranoid, even sometimes, but it's completely understandable for someone of his stature and responsibilities and wealth and all that.
Yeah, especially having to lead such a formidable organization as it is this one.
Yes, yes. Speaking of which, could you enlighten me and tell me how exactly you found out of this whole deal?
Well, like I mentioned, we had sadly some runs with the Empire, negative ones, and when we came across exactly what was going on, what we unconsciously became involved with, we came across this project and we hit a lot of roadblocks after it.
Hmm.
So we were expecting, to have more info on this project so we can be enlightened more on what exactly we have been sadly
I,
be
s-
involved
I see, he says. Well, unfortunately, I can't be much help to you, but I know who will.
in. Nia pays attention to that because it's probably what he needs.
You can try your luck asking the boss himself. I doubt that anyone else other than him, and perhaps his right hand, would know something more about it. At
Mm,
that point, you can see him making a smile, showing his
yeah.
sharp teeth again to you, and saying with a lowered voice that's pretty smooth, but you can feel an undertone of not
Menace.
malice, but yeah, menace. And he says,
Mhm.
"Of course, I wouldn't recommend doing such a thing."
To that, Nia says, sadly, we have no choice. Looking determined and, collected, kind of like implying that he understands the risk, but he's not pushed back by those.
Hmm, very well. You're bold ones, I'll give you that. Do you have anything to compensate for the meeting? You have anything that you could give? Because if you don't, you might not walk out of there alive.
Daniel looks at him and says, I take it if you're bringing this up that you have some idea of what we could have, because sadly this droid was as far as we could have gotten that has value, and we don't think that will be enough for something like that.
Hmm. Yes, I actually have an idea. You can see him smiling again.
Of course.
Uh, an idea about concerning me. Uh,
Yeah,
but
Nia's not surprised at that. She just
but
keeps looking. Hmm.
but to you, I don't think it will be very, let's say, advantageous, or even, and his smile widens even more.
Yeah.
One would say good for you.
Nia looks at him and says, what exactly do you have in mind? I have to hear it first, and then my crew will have to know, and then we could tell you that if we're winning or not.
You see him raising his hand and waving. You can see three of his
Yeah.
bodyguards going um, next to him, and
Hmm.
one of them gives him a small data pad.
Uh huh.
He picks it up, he starts searching for a few moments, and then he says, "Hmm, I like your ship. Seems in good condition, and
Yeah.
it's a trusty model."
Nia just keeps looking at him and says, sorry, that's all sadly off the table.
Off the table, he says.
It's the only one we have. If we had another, sure, but
Ooh,
it's
I
the
see,
only
I
one we have.
see. Yeah, I see how this can be a problem to you. But at the same time, I don't see how this is a problem for me. So,
Like
um,
I said that we'll have hear your proposal. I didn't say that we'll accept it.
you won't accept my generous proposal?
I don't deny that it could be very that could be useful, but sadly, on the long run, it's not advantageous for us. You get it, business. It has to work for both parties for something to go to the deal to go through.
Yes, I understand. So, how about you give me this ship of yours and I give you another ship? Not in very good condition, I have to say, but it will be able to fly to an adjacent system at least.
Neo looks at him and says, I will have to know the model and still duck it with the rest of my crew.
All right,
Mhm.
fine. I like that we can communicate.
Mhm.
One more thing though.
Neo looks at him.
Uh, my ship, the one that I'm going to give you, is a little bit, is a tad bit smaller than the one you have, and I doubt that it will be very comfortable inside it. So you might have to get rid of some of your crewmates. Give me a second.
You see that Neo doesn't change his expression. He just keeps it solid, but deep inside he's thinking, yeah, we're probably not taking this deal. We have to think about something else to do.
Okay, give me a second, and I'm coming back real quick.
Okay.
And panic attacking. Three, two, one.
We'll just go to the actual crime boss.
Mm-hmm.
This is when he says that he knows about the droid attack on the wikis.
Yep.
Yep.
And that changes everything because there might be a way to get rid of certain problems.
Yep. I can see it. The Prince of Disney.
Of course, makes sense. Makes sense. Everything finally falls into place with this character.
Yep.
Actually,
Him,
does Star Wars
him,
have like a mouse alien?
him, and the plumber are the leads of the criminal
I think there
organization.
is a mouse-like, rodent-like species in KOTOR too, if I remember right. I think that's the closest I can think of. You know that you remember in KOTOR 2 that Pazak gambler, or
Yeah, the
actually no,
Chadra fan.
yeah, that's the closest I can think of to a mouse species.
I'm back. Excuse me about that, but something needed my attention.
The droid attack on the
Chadra fan.
Wookiees.
Yes.
So, are we
Uh,
gonna meet a Chadra fan named Mickey, who's the secret lead
yes.
of the Black Suns?
And then he's so let's get back to it. And he says, so, and yeah, it's going to be uncomfortable for you in there. Thankfully, I have an idea. I could take off your hands, let's say a couple of your crewmates.
With a teddy bear. And why do you leave it in the pilot seat? Inanimate objects aren't good at steering.
um, doesn't Neo respond to that or not?
Glaring intensifies.
Glaring intensifies. Actually, if you're speaking max time, we can
I'm
I can,
check.
back.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm back. Sorry, what happened? Why I lost?
Oh, great. He wasn't
I,
even
I,
there.
I did put on the Discord chat. Be right back.
He said that the guy was saying, "Oh, it's uncomfortable, but we can take two of your crewmates off of your hands." And I left a little slight pang in your head as to who he might mean.
Oh no, no, yeah, I know that, but I waited, to see if he was going to say anything else.
No.
Yes. Okay, to that, Neil say, looks at him. He doesn't look now more just ball determined. He just looks at him with a not angry look, but a menacing look. He says,
And you
"I'm not.
start standing
I
there.
don't think. I don't think you guys can take them if even if you try to take them by force. And my crew is not for sale.
Oof.
Well, one of them is one credit, so not worth it.
Um, he says back to you, well, Mr. Neo, if I remember correctly,
Neo nods, just that.
I don't think you grasp the situation very firmly.
Oh, I do grasp it. Neo is looking at him. I did not lie about having the problems with the Empire, as you have surely checked out for that. And you think those problems are just because we were, a group that is merely a small pest?
Mm-hmm. Um, I don't know where you're from exactly, but in my place, working out with your life is always a good thing.
Yes, but sadly, where I come from, we're willing to put our life in the line if it helps the people we care about. Since like we are both businessmen, our principles are different.
I see, I see. I think that unfortunately we'll have to might get a little bit rough here then. And you can see the rest of his bodyguards closing in.
At this, I wait in case if the name of the tool like escapes me. God damn it!
Data.
Jason.
Days, Data. If she
Yes.
tries to do something with that for a second, if not, I would just tell the Chawin to go wild.
Yep. She
So it's
looks.
mhm,
Yep. She catches your
mhm,
look, and
mhm,
then she looks back at him and says,
mhm.
"I don't think that this is a very wise move to make, Mr. Grat." Oh, and why not? He says. Because there's
I
some
can
things.
kill you all and still be ready for lunch.
Yes, and I can kill you all and be back in time for lunch.
Yes.
No, let's make it more British for brands.
Yes.
Yes, brunch.
There are things that you do not know, unfortunately for you,
Like damage reduction.
like damage reduction.
Yes.
I'd advise you to rethink about it. Okay, I'm willing to rethink about it. If you're willing to change my mind somehow, he says. And at that point, you
Start
can
cutting up
see.
your head, and we'll see if we
we,
can find something to put
we,
back in it
we
later.
let
Hmm.
we let the change the mind person on the ship. Sadly,
Yes.
In Mears, from
Yep.
where I am put, the guards that are on, we'll see if I write anything on the raised computer underneath the table.
You can attempt to make it as stealthily as you can.
Okay, no, then I will wait for a moment where I don't have to roll stealth
Okay.
because I don't. I stealth, as I have already proven, it's not one of Neo's skills.
Yes. And then he says, in any case, I don't think that a lady such as yourself should be around during more. Okay, I'm going to say it. I cannot.
You cannot think of a word to say
No,
it.
no, no. I cannot. Come on. I cannot stop myself from saying it. From
Okay.
to witness aggressive negotiations, and you can see.
Neo deep inside, he tries to, he keeps his face, because it's still the negotiation part. Keeps
Yeah.
his face like that, but deep inside, he's just laughing to himself because he's underestimating the the third and the probably most powerful person in close combat of the group right now.
He
with the,
underestimates.
with the second one being uh,
He
Elena,
under,
and the first one being on the other side of the table.
Yeah.
he
And
underestimates the other killing machine we got.
Yep.
Basically, you've
yes.
got the two killing
Yep.
machines in melee right next to you, and then if need be, the girl that can push things really hard, and the teddy bear that can snipe can bust through the door.
Exactly. Exactly. Deep inside, I'm like, is this guy for real? I'm asking myself in my mind, but in my face is still, the same one that they kept keeping since I last talk.
Looks like
Mm,
Leo looks like he's having a tricky shit.
Yeah.
yes. And you can see two of the bodyguards going to grab Daisy, and as their hands approach, she,
Eh,
with a quick
Neo doesn't even move. He's just expecting for Nia, for Nisa to dice it through and to do her thing.
yeah, uh, she quickly grabs the palm of one of the guys, twists it, and she she th- uh, she pulls him and throws him to the other guy and says,
Mhm,
with a calm but quite angry and
mhm,
um, come on, threatening tone.
mhm,
Touch me, and you lose that limb. Mr. Tenugrat, we are sent here secretively, supposed to be secretive, but at this point, I don't see any reason for us to keep it a secret any longer from Grappa the Hat. At that, you can see his eyes widening a little bit. Good. I see that you recognize.
Recognize the name.
Yes, you know that the prince has quite a lot of business with this particular individual, and it would be quite the same if, let's say, the actions of some backwater kingpin like yourself would endanger such things. He starts looking extremely intrigued at this, and it's time for me to roll. Oh my god. Um, um, so,
Of course. Of course.
That sounds like an intimidate check.
Mhm,
so, if we please calm down everyone here, and we won't have any unpleasant surprises. For if you do anything against us, I give you my word, Mr. Grat, you're not walking alive out of here. You might be able to kill us, your men, your private army, or whatever you have in here, but you're going down. You can see him for the first time not smiling at all. He gets a serious face, and
mhm,
He's pulling himself back to the chair in a more relaxed state, but you can see that his whole body is tense.
We hear a plopping sound.
Yes. Very well. I see that there were things that. Hmm. Why exactly are you here? We are here to learn what we asked you, and we can see that you are no use for us. You can be of no help. That's unfortunate.
Ne-
No matter though, you will still get your droid as a move of goodwill from our part, and you won't attempt anything. If you have any bright ideas of destroying our ship while we're trying to leave your planet, you can be certain that there will be a comeuppance, and will come very soon and very hard. You will get in the bad graces of your superiors and a very powerful hat leader. So it's your choice, really. Grat shrinks to his chair a bit more, and then he says, "Okay, I find your terms agreeable, I guess. You can walk out of here with your lives, with your friends, with your whatever else you have. Take your ship and leave. Thank you. Oh, and
Yeah.
one last thing. Could you give us some kind of recommendation so that we can appoint some kind of, I don't know, rendezvous, a meeting, anything really, with someone that could actually help us? Because as you know now, this situation is very under the rug, and a lot of higher ups are involved in it. Okay, he says. "Mm, your best bet is to talk with the prince's right hand. Uh, you can see him making another gesture to his guards, and he gives the datapad back. You see him getting up from the chair and getting his things, pretty much. Uh,
Mhm.
Pretty much the conversation is over, as you can see.
Of course.
And he says, "It's a young female human. Don't get, do not underestimate her age, though. She's extremely efficient. If anyone knows other than the prince, it's certainly her.
Okay.
Good luck."
This Neo just stands up and acts like he was, faking being the head, and there was, instead of, being a group that works all together, and says, "My lady."
Um, she looks
Mhm.
at you, smiling, and says, "Thank you, Mr. Neo. Let's get out of here. I think we're done."
Neo
And
nods
then
and, goes after her, and does
yeah,
a sign for Jawin to follow.
and she looks at Zawen as well, doing a quick wink.
Uh,
Jawade has a growth that he can't explain. What is this? This is not my lightsaber.
This is. I have become more powerful than you ever imagined.
Yep.
Yep.
And with that, you walk back to the ship. As you saw, Odessa's attempt was successful. The roll was with us.
Yes. At this, at this, the moment we get on the ship, when it's closed, and I'm sure that you know no one is around to hear us. I shout to catch, get prepare to get out of the planet.
Elena's sitting in her room, extremely tense.
Time to warm up the engines. Mm,
Neo goes to help catch. So if someone wants to tell Elena, it's up to the others right now. The first thing of Neo is first we get outside of the planet, and then we can all convey back together.
Down that self-destruct button.
don't pu- don't push the red
Nope.
button. Which
No, no, he
one?
holds the button down so the ship doesn't explode.
Okay, good to know.
Because remember, the ship requires a pilot and a co-pilot. So the co-pilot
Mm,
holds down the button that stops the ship from exploding.
yes,
Yep.
perfect.
Yep.
That's how that works.
Yep.
Oh no, Jawain is inside the bathroom.
Look, Jawain also has needs.
Joe was also shit.
Be warned, there might be some splashing as things get hectic.
Oh no!
Alright,
we all come
so
back. We all come back, and Joanne's falling down to refresh the toilet. Help!
Mhm.
Help!
So you take off. You can see. Uh, you can see one starfighter accompanying you as you are exiting
Okay.
the planet's atmosphere, and once you do, it returns back.
Okay.
One thing that you notice is that the pilot this time,
Yes.
if when you arrived, there were two of them and they actually spoke to you. This
Yeah.
time, they don't bother saying anything.
Yes.
Um, since you know how this whole planet is governed and run,
Yes.
you can make an
It's
educated guess why that is.
yeah. Exactly. If Catch questions anything about why they are not talking, he says the plan went even better than expected when the things went south.
And as you exit the planet's atmosphere and you are in outer space again, everyone can relax a little bit.
Give me a second.
Not me.
Not you.
we're all good, guys. Time to celebrate.
Neo goes
Catch
and
presses a
you know
button that he recently installed. The entire ship goes dark, and a disco ball descends from the ceiling in the main
Neo.
area.
Perfect.
Give me a second. Luckily, Neo has no problem seeing on the dark. So Neo goes and knocks on Elena's door, and before it even opens, it says, "We are back. We are out of the planet. You can relax."
Elena just.
You
Elena just.
hear
Go on.
disco music coming from her room.
Elena just opens the door and just force pulls him into the room.
Oh no.
Give me a second, because
Max
I
is
drink too
dying.
fast. I'm eating lunch, and we're having to role play. So give me a second. Okay. Neo
This
at
time,
that says, You don't need to do that. I can enter myself."
Neo says that this attempt on my life left me scarred and deformed.
Basically, as you're saying that, Elena just looks at you and just she actually just wraps her arms around you, just squeezes you in a hug, and you can tell you can tell in her body body language how tense she is.
That just puts a more calm and look and pats her in the head, returns the head and says, "There, everything is okay." Not in the painy or low way or anything like that. He says more a kind of the brother way, trying to relax her and all that.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Cloud,
Cloud, we know it. Everything is going to be put into shipping because, god damn it, the internet is stupid.
Yes. Elena
Yes, I
just
said it. Everyone that is shipping characters that we have no plans to do anything with is stupid.
Elena
no.
just says in a very low voice, "I sensed a disturbance in the force before all this plan went ahead. I could already sense he already planned a trap for us."
Yeah. Well, luckily for us, we were smarter.
See? I just smile at him and release him and just give him a smirk. See? You don't need me to save you all the time.
No, I need other people to save me sometimes. He says Neo with a smile, telling her we are here with a problem and all that thanks to this.
You can go tell her that I owe her a drink for saving you.
Probably. The Neo
You
chuckling.
okay?
Uh,
So you exit.
After that, we recombine at
Yep.
some point to decide what we do next.
Mm-hmm. Uh yeah, and once you return, this asks, okay, so where to now?
Oh,
You see Elena's
we
cheeky
know
voice
what
coming from her room. Naboo!
later, he shouts. We're still not out of the woods. Um,
Pilot, I really should know where I'm like steering to.
Kid says, uh, yeah, tries to catch. Look, we have to decide first before we go anywhere, and I will be with you, so it's not like you won't know where when we move. Remember that I need to push the button so we don't self-destruct. So after all of these shoutings,
So you are here,
hmm,
as you can see
Let us leave
on
the
the map.
galactic purple sausage roll.
Yes. Um.
okay, so we know that the right hand of the Black Suns is a human girl which shouldn't be underestimated because of her age.
Sounds just like Elena, only it isn't.
Yeah, no, well, Nia doesn't underestimate but looks after Elena and Jawain. He just doesn't. They are are monsters on the team, so he
Mhm.
knows that.
Mhm.
Give me a second that I have to go very quick to do
Mhm.
do something.
We're killing max time.
It's just a weekly occurrence anyway. It's nothing new. That calzone he made, the makeshift calzone he ended up cooking didn't go down too well, I guess. I told you
Probably
not
the
to.
remains of the mushrooms.
No, I think it's the nuts and berries. That was not necessary. That to begin with wasn't necessary. I was adding the mushroom and the chicken to compensate.
I'm back. So After saying this, he looks. He has the whole crew here because we have to decide. So obviously he brought the
Mm-hmm.
whole crew to that, and it's okay. He pulls back the what we know about the right hand of the Black Suns and says, "So now the question is, where we get more information to track her down."
Elena makes a joke going, sounds like me, but far less huggable.
Neo just gives her a smile, but still tries to say, "Okay." So, does anyone has any ideas of where we go finding more information about this?
I could contact Avbrak again. He should know about this. I mean, you see her looking at you, and you can see her waving with her shoulders in a manner of why not. And she says, "Okay, yes, it wouldn't hurt for you guys to know. She's a pretty influential, let's call him broker, businessman.
Mm-hmm.
Some might call him smuggler, but he doesn't like it. Um,
Neo gives her a look that he understands.
he has dealings with a lot of people around the galaxy, and
Mhm.
as you have already seen, he's a wealth of information. Uh, so we, I could ask him if there
That
is.
that that Neo looks at her and says, "How much do you think it's going to cost?"
I don't know yet, and we won't know until we do.
Neo thinks a bit more and says, "Has he deal with anything besides money to sell to deal with influence or anything else? So maybe we
Contacts.
can, prepare something before you
Hmm.
contact him and all that."
He might be willing to trade with something other than credits,
Mhm.
but I warn you, he will be a little bit tough on the negotiations on that. Credits is easy.
Yeah, not so that says. Yeah, but sadly, if we go around collecting credits to get the money to pay him, I we could take too much time. Not that I'm against it, but we are right now not in the place where we can do business to get a lot of credits easily, unlike when we were in Mandalore, where there's always something that there could be needed to earn us
Hmm.
money quick.
Uh, that's not a bad idea.
Mhm.
We could do that. Also, I'm thinking that we
Mhm.
could make a small detour and forget it says.
No, that trusting her more after everything happened, he'll just look at it and says, "Go on, say it. This is democracy. If the whole crew agrees, we go with. If the majority agrees, we go with something. If not,
Okay, we could try some of my contacts on or the Tracy, but that's putting us in danger. Well, one of us.
what kind of danger?" Ask.
From what I understand, it's in Imperial territory, so
Oh,
So sounds like
that.
I might need to stay on the ship if we do that.
Mm.
you'll have to stay on the ship, and
So,
actually,
okay.
I'd say we don't go at all there. It's
That
safer this.
And then Neo says, "Yeah, it's safer not going there."
Elena actually posits the idea. We also have the lead on the scientist that went missing. Perhaps if we explored a planet where the other scientist was found dead, maybe we could find some files on the project and maybe some connection to who we're dealing with.
Hmm. Could help. We could do that.
That,
It's
Neo says, "Agree, but the problem that is time. Unless we will have to go to the other side practically of where we are right now in the galaxy. I suppose map if they have something close or if it not brings one
you'll have to
point
go there.
pointed to where we are and then where we have to go."
Unless we have
Uh,
any other options, I'm afraid that might be our only choice.
this
We
is
can,
the this is a
that
minus cluster, pretty much, that I circled.
mhm. Neo that says, but says thinking about it. It can give us time to do jobs on the way on big planets, planets of big name, trying to gather money for the information that try to hunt down the information regarding the leaders of the Black Sun. She says, looking at this and trying to saying if she if she's willing to that we do this trip, trying to get information here and gathering the money to pay him to the informant that she has.
And as Neo is finishing his sentence, there is an incoming call.
I look at
Yeah,
I
that
look at Neo.
uh, just in case Neo tells Selena and gets to move outside of the range, and he accepts it.
Okay.
Mhm. But
Uh,
Neo doesn't know if before accepting it. Does Neo recognize the frequency?
yes, you do.
Mhm. Okay,
It's
who is it?
uh, it should belong to Captain Nosk.
Okay, then when he see that it's Captain Nos, brings Selena into the picture and accepts it.
Okay. Uh, the holocaster goes live, and you can see
Mhm,
Captain Nosk
mhm,
appearing.
Floating in the sky.
mhm,
Yes,
I am
floating.
here!
I'm here. And he says,
mhm.
greetings, friends. Good to see that everyone's safe still.
Yeah, Nathan says same to you.
So, I have some news for you. I did some poking around. Um,
Mm.
I've made a lot of inquiries about your problems, and I have some information for you. Might prove useful. I'm not sure.
And Neo doesn't look surprised, but she does look, a bit more hopeful, and says, "Please, sure then."
Okay. So about um the Black Sands. My poking around was pretty abysmal. Went pretty abysmal there, I'm afraid.
Uh,
The
uh,
answer.
that Neo does ask a question. Anything about a young girl? Just out of curiosity.
You see him raising his eyebrows and saying, what now?
Young human girl or woman, young.
Um,
Anything about that?
I don't understand what you are implying.
Eh, no, I mean if you heard anything regarding the Black Suns and person that thinks that the description.
You see him. You see him a little bit skeptical, tapping his hands, and says, "Mm, mm." I'm not sure about that. Um, I could ask again
It's
to
a
be more
long shot.
specific.
Near that says it's a long shot. That's why I wanted to know if you heard anything. If you didn't, I don't think you should really look into it.
Okay, okay. Yeah. So the answer I got about concerning the Black Suns was don't, pretty much. So I didn't. I
Makes sense.
excuse me about
Neo,
that, but
that is just what he said, not just not understandingly, So
but regarding our scientists, I actually had some success.
Neo, that looks interested. I
So
hope that the rest of the crew is also, giving reactions because I'm the only one saying. I did brought Elena when I saw
Elena's
the
giving
dollar picture.
Elena's giving a smile to the captain.
Oh,
That's neat. That reads to exactly to Neo going. See, told you we can trust him.
Not
uh,
say anything, but he did trust that he just didn't have much hope.
Hmm.
says so. Turns out that Mister, and you can see him looking at out of frame, some kind of something
Mr.
datapad or
Mr.
something like that.
Mr. Bean? No. Mr. Miyagi? No.
It seems that Mister Mustard Thrumble actually rose up quite high in the Imperial Command. He took the honorary title of Admiral while he at approximately one ABY from what I see here. So he was regarded quite high from the imperial side. Funny thing is, with as with everyone that's important, the rebellion and now the New Republic has a very big interest about all these names, and they had a quite big file for him. Thing is, he completely vanished after 2 days, if I'm correct,
Mhm,
after the second Death Star blew up.
mhm.
Now, there was a search for him. It was unsuccessful, though. He literally left no trace behind. It's as if him and his droid completely vanished. My
Uh,
guess.
the droid, he Neo asked, what droid? Just to have any how possible leads.
Oh, droid. Okay, here it is. Forgive me about that. I have everything.
No problem. It's understandable. If it is that big, you probably have a lot of files around there.
Yep. So as I can see here, it is a heavily modified. Actually, not. Scratch that. It's. Huh. That's interesting. It's actually a prototype of
Oh.
an let's say traditional astromech droid.
Hmm.
From what I see here, its number is A0IC.
Hmm. That using Neo knowing and thanking him for that information and
Hmm.
asking him to continue.
So, my guess, and not only mine, but uh, the guess that everyone has
Mhm.
during the investigation for Mr. Thrumble is that. he was planning his disappearance for quite some time. That, or someone took care of him discreetly and quite efficiently. Although, judging from the other scientist that you guys said, Simonil, he got killed, yes, but not attempt to hide the body or, anything like that.
Mm.
So, um, both
Mhm.
scenarios are plausible.
Yeah. Just again, Neo nodding at that.
Other than that, both Simonil and Tramble had quite a reputation with their expertise in making quite advanced um, parts for droids and weapon systems.
Mm.
I started to think if these guys were working for the Separatists during the Clone Wars.
Would make sense. It enters in their range, so it could be that they're separatists that end up they were with the Empire from the beginning and moved with them, or when the time came of the Empire race, they change its size.
Who knows? From what I know, um, the Separatists were a bit afraid of making uh, too much progress with their droid army.
Mm.
They just needed numbers. They didn't care so much for quality.
Mm.
So, that's pretty much what I have for you. I hope that this could be useful.
It has been, he Neo says.
Okay, so
Before the communication cards or anything, Neo says, if you ever need any help or anything like that, you know where to contact us.
yes, yes, I know. Um, I will make one more question about the Black Sands, and this time I will go a little bit more aggressive.
That Neo says, not too much. Not
No,
worth
not
your
too
life.
much.
He
No,
says.
no. I will just start asking people that I know for a fact that have somewhat more involvement in these circles. I believe they can be trusted. I mean, they have quite
Mm.
big seats in the New Republic, so yeah.
Thanks for all and for keep looking.
Okay, it was nice to see that you're all safe, and good luck with the rest of your search.
Same.
May the force be with you,
And
Captain.
you see him nod and saying back to you, "May the force be with you." And he disappears.
Mhm.
Whoosh. Thankfully, Boffin's died to bring us this
Mm.
information.
Then Neo says, well, I have something else that we can look at. How many prototypes of that model of door could there be?
Hmm.
Especially ones related to the Empire.
uh, with a look, with looking around, you can see
Mhm.
Daisa having a slight smile.
Nia looks at, just gives her a questioning look, more of curiosity than anything.
I use those for sex toys.
No, no.
Damn.
Uh,
I am sitting on one right now. They're very small.
Damn it! I don't need that image.
so it seems that our friend Thramble had the droid. I might know someone that, let's say, is
Has a droid.
extremely is extremely knowledgeable on on this subject.
That Neo says anything that we should prepare for this, or would it be more of a friendly visit? Not friendly in the term of the last visit that we had here.
Oh no, certainly not like that. It will be a friendly visit, though the area that will be paying a visit is not that safe,
Friendly,
let's say.
the Empire, right? Is-
No, mm,
Huts.
arguably worse, she says.
I imagine that after she says that, the Elena says, "What Corcha say now?"
Huts.
Used to be a few of them down there. Have you ever been on Coruscant?
Not personally, though my master has told me many stories.
Hmm.
Never, he says Neo. He has always been of a backwater planet, their mechanic and all that. So he has a bit
Well,
there.
Coruscant is the center of the New Republic, of the Empire before that, and pretty much of the galaxy for many centuries, if not millennia.
If we,
Um,
yeah, I'll hold it in for now and let Data finish before saying what I want to say.
hmm. Everything on the planet seems to be, you know, beautiful and grandiose and exciting.
You,
But
you see Neo smiling at that, expecting the path.
but the deeper you go, the more you can see the rust and the decay.
So I take it after she finishes that says. So I take it that we're going to be looking through there.
Yes, we'll be descending in one of the most infamous holes on Coruscant.
Okay, well, looks like we have a destination. So he's Neo looking like it.
Oh,
Coruscant, hey?
As long as we fight a naked Palpatine, I'm fine.
I just say
sounds
wistfully,
legit.
Coruscant.
And you can see Neo's eyes open, saying like, "I don't need that in my mind. I don't need that in my mind. Why do I have that in my mind?"
Alea just goes completely silent after the whole Coruscant conversation goes. There might be somewhere I might need to visit while we're there. Nothing important, and just moves off into her room.
Large, wretched hive
Ne-
of scum and villainy.
Neo at
I
that
don't know what you'd
looks
need
at
to do there.
Neo that looks at Lena and says, "Would you prefer it if we go there first and then we go on the other business, or would you prefer that we leave it for the end?"
Do what seems prudent, and then just moves off into her room, not saying nothing more on the matter.
Then Neo then murmurs to himself, "Well, she will probably need something to cheer her up because things are going to keep getting worse as it's usually a thing here. Well, leave it for last." And goes to the cockpit to help get you with the piloting.
I like all of a sudden, Alea sees a load of comedians in front of her room going, Always look on the bright side of life.
Well, Carson is a nice place.
I think,
Everyone
I
says.
think, yeah, I think those of you who, I think you guys know what I'm hinting at where Elena wants to go.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. It was clear from the very beginning
You want
that
to hang
it's
on a
the
cross?
he wants to go and see the oh damn it, now I'm forgetting how it's
The
pronounced.
Jedi Temple.
The no, not the Jedi Temple. I meant this was a joke. We already know it's the Jedi Temple. I was going to say a joke, but the Younglings. She wants to go and see the
She
Younglings.
wants to see the younglings.
the
Master
younglings,
Elena, there are
yes.
too many of them. What are we going to do?
Perfect.
I think basically when Elena's on her own, she'll probably contact Kakruk and Ilva, see where their mission, how their
Okay.
mission's progressing. But we'll save that until we've had the monologue from the GM.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, yeah, we're going to Coruscant. The word that would be.
Oh God, Pika.
Oh, here. By the way, seeing as it is such a long trip, in case we need money to buy anything or anything like that, the biggest planet that you see on the way, Mears, it will be an obligatory stop for, try to find some jobs that pay well, at least for Neo.
Yep.
Hmm.
There are a
A
lot of
day there
stops.
working and then, yeah.
There are a lot of stops that you can make. Pretty much, um,
Mm.
We need to go to the library.
yes,
Obersky is
to,
along the way,
to the
kind of.
library.
Okay, then the biggest one on the way besides Coruscant that we can stop to make a job or something like that. I don't
Mm-hmm.
want to take too long, but I want to, you know, take time to, earn some
Yep.
money and stuff like that. Maybe on
Uh,
that stuff, Elena
Let's
can
stop
go
at
and,
Merker, pick up some pets.
and do role play, etc.
uh-huh. Actually, there
Hmm.
is something that's going to
Oh,
happen.
okay.
Um,
Uh, mhm,
Yeah,
as you're
Merker has
going,
some interesting lizardy things. Maybe we should
yes,
pick some up.
as you're going there,
That's our greeting.
actually,
mhm.
yep.
Oh God.
This guy walks in. Uh, in your way there, you are contacted at some point. It
Mhm,
doesn't really matter when. Uh,
mhm,
let's say from Frelisk himself, because why not?
mhm. Okay. Neo
Roleplay.
obviously takes.
Yeah. So Frel,
Neo, what that says.
uh,
Hi, buddy.
Cord, do you want to do the role play yourself or not? And I just
I could
say
do it.
what the information is. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll tell you exactly what you learned, pretty much. You tracked. The Mandalorians were able to track the mist. Come on.
Mhm,
To track what the mysterious mercenary was doing for a few days.
mhm.
He jumped in two different places.
Okay, give me a second. That remove more the map in place so I can see.
Hmm.
Okay, there you can point it out now. I can see the map.
Sorry, that's just yeah. That's. I'd say to get the gravitas of this situation, this news, I'd say it probably would be both Fresk and Bo-Katan telling this, to just to save my throat a
Hmm.
little bit.
The first jump was to Raigo
Oh my God, he's going to get
Uh
ragu
huh.
sauce.
here, yes,
He
Mhm.
wants his
and
bolognese.
the
Mhm.
second jump was here.
Helska.
Yes, and after that,
Mhm.
they were picking a signal from Shutrick
Oh,
for for 6 days in a row. Fortunately, it wasn't too far away from some of from a Mandalorian group that was
yeah.
come on
Nearby.
In place.
that was
Oh,
active
there.
nearby, and they said go check it out. So they went to check it out. They found that the signal was coming from a very good and let's say, yeah, from a very very good establishment for adults, specifically
Huh.
The
one of the
shipping
best
happens.
one of the best on Shutrick, and they entered the
Hmm.
booth that was as a box. They opened the box and they found um,
The
the
tracker.
tracker and a piece of paper that said,
Hmm.
"Come on, nice try. Here's some credits. Have fun." And
Hmm.
there was a credit chip beneath it
Hmm.
that was that amounted approximately, come on, 500 credits.
Hmm.
Well, we managed to track him to Utrecht before he found out what we were doing.
Sorry, what did you say there? Repeat because my dad was here talking and the overlap.
Mealmress.
No, what you say, the court.
Well, we managed to track him to Utrecht, kid, but that's where he found out what we were doing and gave us the slip.
We should check what happened what Helska and Rago have, but I remember that in Gutrick we had a run-in with the Black Suns and were beginning to do it, trying to make an alliance with the Huts there.
Wasn't Utrecht where the party first met Elena?
No,
No,
Borgo
no,
Prime.
Oh
Gutrick
yeah,
was
Burger
where
Prime.
we met the smuggler.
Oh, okay, that was it.
Giggity is where we meet.
Captain Giggity.
You talking Giggity? What do you expect me to say?
What?
If
It's catching
anything,
You did
on.
that on purpose.
if
You did that
anything,
on purpose.
if anything, it seems that he got wind of the tracking device
Mm.
at some point, and he did that. That was a sign of playfulness, pretty much.
Yeah, that then Neo says yes. Why there? Still, he could have sent it to any other planet, even someone much farther away than Helska, to make us, run around or anything like that.
Maybe it's his idea of a threat.
Yeah.
At that, I step back a little bit and give the stage to Bo-Katan for the rest of the briefing.
Uh, Neo this says will try to use some of the free time that we have here right now. We're going to Coruscant for looking more into some information that we found regarding the scientists there that we found, but I
Mhm.
will try to see my free time to see if I can find any connection between Eleska and Rago. But
Okay.
in any case, um, something you should know and shares, the information that he heard about the people, the about the new information that he got regarding the scientists and all that.
Mm-hmm.
He does tell her that they're going there trying to track, the prototype droid there that they found, but he still gives her the information in case, if she wants to be involved to do anything regarding searching for this and all that.
Okay. Um, Yeah.
He's not.
See,
He's not asking in this case. He's just
yeah,
telling her
yeah, yeah. Mm,
that and also putting the suspicions regarding that it could be involved with these guys could have been both involved with the separatists and mm, the empire. So putting that there.
mm. Um, just to clarify, it
Mhm.
nothing indicates that Thrumble was working
Yeah.
with the separatists, and
And
mm,
that was a guess. Yeah, I know.
yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
put that guess there that because of the background, it could be possible, but it's not sure. Mhm.
Uh, anyway, what she has to tell to say is that she's getting frustrated by this whole situation, and she feels like running in circles. So she's
That
thinking
she. Mhm.
she's thinking of sending only two or three people to investigate a little bit further
To that,
about it.
To that, Neo just tells her it's her choice. He's not trying to force anything or force her to act to help with this. Just he thinks that could be end up being something big, and she should be aware in case danger blows up and the Mandalorians, since they have been an ally, could be end up in some kind of danger or anything like that. He doesn't know how big this is, but just in
Hmm.
case.
Uh,
Frelis
yeah.
actually answers this more calmly, and before Bo-Katan can
Mhm.
flip and just says, "We appreciate it, kid, honestly, but our forces are running really thin looking into this. I don't know how many more resources we can dedicate to it."
Neo, that's why I'm not asking you to look at it, just to be aware of the information. If we find anything much more bigger and important, I will call you and inform you. But since this happened,
Hmm.
I every bit of information always helps.
She says we have another treasure hunt at the moment. Once we're finished with that,
Yeah,
we'll see.
that one she finishes says, "Good luck with that, but have in mind that there's probably a second. Even if you end up getting what you want, you could end up being used for something bigger." He just reminds that,
Yeah, yeah.
because it's always good if you get too involved into something to try to keep the mind clean.
We know that all too well, kid. Stay safe out there.
Well, then same. And gets the communication. Yeah.
Off camera, Frelis just
Mhm.
notices how tense Bo-Katan is and just massages her shoulders a little bit.
Uh,
He ends up sleeping for the rest of the day because he's unconscious.
yeah.
Not in any sexual, not in that way. Just to try and help calm,
In
just
any
to try
case,
and help
on
help
the
the
free time
tension.
on the trip.
Speaking
Yeah.
of,
Regardless.
yeah.
Yeah. Regardless. um,
Regardless,
on the free time on the trip
I
before
like
we
I like
start
it when you're unconscious, Frelis. It means you're more submissive.
uh, uh,
Speaking of,
Neil will,
after, go on.
on the trip, I will do a use computer roll to see if I can find any connection between the two planets that I have mentioned.
You mean Rago and Helska?
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
one of
Okay.
but
them is specialised in making spaghetti bolognese with a very regular tomato sauce.
Yes. It would be even better if it was named Ringo.
You're a star.
yeah,
Oh no, Max Times.
yeah. It's not. It was not a good one. I know.
No, no, no. Max Times connection is starting to be.
Yeah,
This is the government.
that's near there.
This is the president of Ragu.
So anyway, will I find any kind of connection with that computer use or not?
Not really.
Okay.
Um,
It's saying that it probably will take me, a while. I will use a force point there to see if I can raise it a bit, to see if I can find anything.
mm, uh, the two things
Hmm.
that you let's say point out. Actually, roll make an intelligence check.
Intelligence check. Give me a
Yes.
second. Oh well, I am stupid.
Yep. Uh, they are remote. Both of them are remote areas. They, especially Helska, don't have too much to do around. It's anyone's guess.
Yeah. So basically, he's just more frustrated.
Yes. He's successful in
Mm.
getting himself even more frustrated.
Yeah.
Now I know how Bo-Katan feels.
No, he already knew how Bo-Katan feels because yeah, she knows that he probably wants to put all the resources on looking for Moff Gideon.
Hmm.
I want everyone to roll a gather information. Everyone that wants to uh, do some kind of job in the downtime to get more
Yeah.
credits.
Oh well, Joanne and I rolled the. Oh, I was within Joanne 9.
No,
Okay.
no. Elena's too busy watching the holidays.
Okay. And then Ketch rolls. Actually, Ketch has
Got
to
rolled.
look after the ship, so
Didn't roll. Mhm,
yeah.
mhm.
We'll gather information skills. It will not go well.
Okay.
And that'll get worse than mine.
Hitch could choose to go with Joanne because he found the better job.
It could be a one.
I think for once Elena might actually go out for the job as well, but she will go with Neo. Just to
Okay.
pretend to be a bodyguard or something.
Okay. So,
Mhm,
Neo and Wayne find things to do. Actually,
mhm.
you could work together just to make it.
Disco balls in
Yeah.
every single room of the ship.
Yes.
Yeah, basically, you can go together and just leave
Yeah.
Elena and Catch alone to redecorate the ship.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Joanne and Nia say, "Let's go do some hard work." Yeah.
meanwhile, meanwhile, Catch and Elena go. You do the disco balls. I'll do the dance floor. Go.
Yes.
Okay. How many days do you want to spend for that?
Uh, I say one day so we don't waste too much time and keep going to
Coruscant.
to Coruscant
Okay, okay,
for the
okay.
storyboard. Mhm.
Want some
Then
LED panels for the floor. We want to make sure the disco balls are retractable so they don't get in the way when we actually have to do stuff.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
gonna need to make sure the lighting on the balls is good. We're gonna need to set up the lights.
We need to get a good stereo. We need to get a better stereo than the one we've already got. I can hear the crackles
Mhm.
already.
We need to
okay.
get the wiring fixed so I can actually like power all these things.
We need to get some actual good
Mhm.
music. I don't know what kind of crap Joanne puts in there, but it's awful.
Uh,
Disco intensifies.
So
mhm.
you will get you could use you could actually use a force point, the win.
Yeah, you will still have to remember because we're taking the
Yeah,
force. Okay.
okay, good. Okay, then you will get 300 credits each.
Nice.
I won't even tell you to roll mechanics check because you can literally take 10.
It was that easy.
Yeah. Hmm.
Excuse me again.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, if Neo gets 10, he's guaranteed success. So there's no need
I have an
to.
18, so it's guaranteed success if
Yeah,
I take 10.
there's no need to actually make a roll and
Yeah.
Mm.
get something bad.
Hmm.
Actually, while Neo and Joanna are out, and after she's helped catch with the preparations for the disco party and everything, Elena will go off into her room and flip open the con link and contact Crook.
Okay. One thing before we get down to that, you see that Desa also gets out a bit
Okay.
Hmm.
to do stuff.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go for the call.
I flip open the com link and activate the call.
Okay, after a few seconds, Kukruk replies. He says, I trust everything is good.
We've had a few scrapes and burns, but nothing we couldn't handle. How's the search going on your end?
Hmm, I'd like to say good, but unfortunately, I cannot say that still.
As long as we trust in the Force Master, something will be bound to come up.
Hmm. We've uncovered that one of the Empire remnants were doing some, let's say, unsavory experiments that might or might not connect to the whole situation that we are involved in.
Interesting. Well, for my part, our Mistress Bo-Katan contacted us earlier, mentioning that our mysterious bounty hunter friend has been spotted around the remote worlds of Ragu, and what was the other planet called again?
Helska.
Let's go.
And Helska. For what purpose we are unsure of at the moment, but something may be suspicious around that. Um, as for the Black Sun themselves, the only thing we've heard of is one of the higher ups we've discovered has more knowledge about what we were looking for is a young woman around a similar age to myself, but definitely not to underestimate her. Unfortunately, I can't help out more with that. However, with the scientists, we have discovered that they were both very high up in the Empire at the time of their disappearance, achieving the rank of honorary admiral as far as the New Republic could tell us. And they had some involvement with some prototype astromech droids and a possible connection to the Separatists before the rise of the Empire.
That's that's progress, troubling progress, but still progress. I have a bad feeling about this.
As do I, Master. Something doesn't add up.
Hmm. Anyway, if we get something more tangible, we'll let you know.
Same, same with us. We are heading off to follow up a lead on Coruscant as of now.
Oh, what what are you going to do there?
Apparently, our Twi'lek friend has some contacts that may glean some more information on our mysterious Black Sun lieutenant.
Hmm, I see. Be careful with these contacts of hair.
We will, Master. However, there was one more thing I should mention.
You can see him waiting.
I've had a premonition in the Force. I don't know what it was fleeting, but something is telling me that while we're there, I should investigate the ruins of the old Jedi Temple. I just have a feeling.
Hmm. You could do that. I'm not sure if you will find something of use, though.
In any event, perhaps I could recover and salvage some more teachings there that could prove useful in our other endeavor.
Hmm. I highly doubt that. The Empire took everything when they left Coruscant. But who knows?
Indeed. The, with any luck, there might be something in the secure vaults that may have been left behind. I'm not holding up much hope, though.
Hmm. Be careful there, Elena. I always had an uneasy feeling on Coruscant.
Yes, Master. You be careful as well.
May the Force be with you, young one.
And also with you, Master. I cut the call.
And when you cut the call, you can hear Ilva's voice. Get your ass here. I need help.
Elena has a spell. She sends basically she sends a telepathic message to Wilbur, just saying, look after yourselves out there, and just has a smile going, glad to see they're getting along.
No comments. They're both alive, so
Yeah, that says a lot.
With that, Elena returns to her meditations and possibly a potential use the force roll later on in the day.
hmm.
Because obviously she has admitted to Kukuru that she has had a premonition of the force, but can't put a finger on it. She is going to investigate it.
Okay. As Elena is inside her room and you're approaching Coruscant, this is going to talk with whoever is available. I guess
Um,
Ketch and
uh,
Neo.
Gage and Neo are flying, so yeah, if it doesn't take much attention away from that, sure,
Okay.
they're able.
Be flying.
Mm-hmm.
We'll put on music if requested, but attention is on the flight controls.
yes.
More white and nerdy music approaching. A reference to the older episodes.
She goes to you and says, hmm, so I've I've noticed that Elena and Jawain are always how to say it, seclusion.
Elena, we it's kind of how she used to, so we just let her be. Jawain, we don't know. I think it's more like she doesn't want to open. I don't like to force myself into people. That's why I don't actually go out of my way to try to contact with him. But yeah, it's getting to the point that I'm worried that she's alone so much time. The problem with that is, and I point to the ship and say, it needs two people to fly.
Hmm. I was wondering if kind of side effect of you know
That the
having
force.
the force or whatever.
Daniel, I don't know. There's so much I don't understand about that. The only thing that I have clear is that allows them to do stuff that no one else can. Have feel stuff, but I never sure what is completely on that and what isn't.
Hmm, I see. And then you can see her walking down. The first stop,
Okay, that Neil says because he thinks that she may be going to talk to Jawain or Lena, so he just says good luck.
the first stop is at Elena's door.
Enter. I say I'm not even opening my eyes.
She walks in and she just stands next to the door, the closed door, watching.
Really?
Don't worry, you're not interrupting. Can I help you or anything?
Actually, I was thinking the exact opposite.
I come out of my transit vat and just give her a look. You curious?
I was thinking if there is something that I can do to help.
Go on.
Well, I couldn't help but notice that both you and Zawain spend a lot of time in solidarity. I mean, I can understand that. I'm a bit of a loner myself, but is everything okay?
Spend your life on the run because of what being hunted for what you are, and I guess you can say nothing ever is okay.
Hmm. She looks at you very um with a judging eye, let's call it. Not exactly judging, but you know, um, you feel like she's trying to
Test me.
Assess you.
peer inside you, yes. And then says,
Take off
"You're
your
afraid."
clothes.
Yeah. And then says, "You're afraid, aren't you?"
Aren't we all afraid of something?
You are correct about that. But for someone that has the powers that you have, I don't know how this is going to affect you.
Please, tell me your thoughts.
Okay. You can see her relaxing a bit more and then going and sitting on one of the beds. So, do you have any hobbies? Something that you could wind up?
I guess the only hobbies I've got are these horror videos.
Oh, uh, what are they for?
Just records for my order, and a few personal memories I had from when things were not as hectic as they are now.
You can see her rolling her eyes a little bit and saying, "Ah, no offense here, but that's not what I meant." What do you do to relax?
Unfortunately, relaxing is something a Jedi is not accustomed to, especially in this day and age.
She looks at you again and says, "Okay, um, Look, I don't know you for as long as the other guys know you, of course, and I don't want to imply anything or be, you know, a pain in the ass. Uh, but I think a little more, I don't know, doing stuff could help you.
What do you have in mind?
That's why I'm asking about hobbies. We could. Do you know any? How is the space chess called?
Dejarik?
Yes. Do you know how to play that?
No. Although there was one card game that one of my one of my previous masters taught me when I was a child. I haven't played it in years.
Okay, that sounds good. Would you like to play again?
I don't see why not. Helena pulls out a deck of love letter.
Oh my god.
Yes,
Kill him!
yes,
Kill him
Ban
yes,
now.
him!
yes,
Ban
yes,
him now!
yes. We- We're here. We're here suddenly while they're playing there, with the noises. Kitchen minutes after he starts to go looking at what exactly it is. They see the play stuff and they say, "Oh, mind if I join?"
Hmm. After you explain the rules, is okay. It seems like this game would be more fun if we had more players. So, what about we wait when everyone is available? Oh no, cord is off.
Sort it up.
Snake.
Us.
Snake.
I've got it. I'm back.
Okay.
I must have caught my mic. I say, you know what, Desa? Maybe you're right. Perhaps the Jedi should learn how to relax.
Well, I don't know about the Jedi, but I know about people a few things. And unless I'm wrong, uh, Jedi are people. She says with a smile.
At least this one is. She smiles back.
Good to know. Okay, it's decided then. Later, she says.
Later. So yes, we are playing Love Letter at the campaign at last.
And now it's time for
Finally.
Jawayne. And then Jawayne, you feel the cold from your refrigerator getting out, being wasted. Someone has opened your door.
Oh no.
Someone has done sacrilege to you.
Joanne is defrosting. Who dares defrost me?
Holding the little data pad that translates. She writes, "We'll be playing a game afterwards. Would you like to join?"
No, and I close the door.
Oh my god.
Uh,
Hurt.
I would say sure.
After that, you can see that you can see her writing. Are you okay? You need anything to get you?
No,
Okay. Anything that we should know? Seen anything strange?
lately.
Oh my
I
Uh,
god.
have found this thing called celery. I don't know how it tastes, but it scares me.
no. Have I seen anything weird?
Mm, no, you haven't, because your roll was not bad, but wasn't enough.
And why you are asking me all these questions?
Because I have to. Uh,
because he, because he's trying to get you to open up.
this is okay then.
Play.
Oh my god.
That would be
What?
an interesting game.
And afterwards, everyone can have a good run with a card game, the whole crew, before you arrive to Coruscant.
Before the card game, though, I am actually going to take this time to make a use the force roll. It's time.
Hmm. Okay.
It's time.
Are you using the force to
Okay,
cheat? Okay.
No, not for that.
okay.
Yes, he's using the force to cheat.
21.
Mhm. And that is
mm, you feel yourself opening up to the cosmos, let's say, but unfortunately, you don't get anything back.
Master Yoda is not in at the moment. Please leave a message after the tone. You must.
You must. Exactly. And
I'll try.
after,
Elena just opens her eyes again and goes, I'll try again later, and then goes to set up the game.
yes, and after a fun time with playing the card game, you everyone goes back to the rooms and usual stuff.
Mhm.
Elena and Zawain make a use the force again.
Okay.
Okay. Nice, Dwayne. Ooh, first point.
Oof.
Sorry, I'll use a force point as well.
Uh huh.
Okay, so
Oof.
both are in the same level.
So, so 22 plus 4.
It's 20. I got a 26. Cloud got a 28. If you add those.
Okay, 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 okay. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So, as you are relaxing in your room, something inexplicable starts bothering you. Um, you have a feeling that something is not right. You have the feeling that something bad is happening.
On the ship?
Um, you have the need to check around at the very least.
I check around.
I also check around. I bump into Dwayne going, you felt it too?
I'd
Um,
hearing, I'd hearing the noise of people moving around.
I
Of
don't,
some
I
sort.
don't think, uh, I don't think I have bumped into you. Um,
No.
like if the DM says we bump into each other, I will
Yeah,
accept. But like I start
at this point,
checking.
Seeing
uh,
as Elena is,
Hmm?
looking around and stuff, probably at not a normal hour, Neo will have to catch a second and go down and look at it and ask, what's going on? This is a normal hour for usually people moving around.
I felt a disturbance. Something's not right.
Okay, immediately he goes up and those gets Lena felt something isn't right. So Neo shoots at her that she should look around the ship. She's going to check the system sketch. So I'm going to
and
see if
then
there's anything mechanical around.
you can see the door leading to the bathroom open up. The medical droid has an additional set of arms holding four lightsabers and starts coughing.
Oh, great. General Kenobi!
General Kenobi.
Hello there.
Oh,
anyway,
right. This
anyway,
is
at
not
this
here anymore.
I'm gonna move around the ship and investigate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so
I start
I
in,
roll in
I
I
start
roll
next
in his
to
computer to check
I
the
s-
system.
I start checking around me, and then if I bump into somebody, we will play accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
I'll also roll perception to use both all my senses.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, not good.
So you
So Neo
start
checks the
checking.
systems of the ship, and that
You start checking around. Um, Tell me if you're going to have any interaction
I'm
or
gonna.
not.
I think Elena's gonna check the whole ship. If I end up bumping into Joanne, I'll end up bumping into Joanne. We'll see.
Okay. Well, eventually you will bump into each other because Jawain will start looking the back of the ship, checking the two. Come on, the two escape
he,
pods, the cargo areas.
I start looking down there
by
as
the way,
well. After I've checked the ports side cargo and said, I look at him and go, "You felt it too, didn't you?"
Mm, two? What do you mean? I felt the disturbance in the force. You will send. I will say, oh no, that wasn't the disturbance. I did that.
I farted.
Exactly. Let's go back to serious now. What do you mean?
um, tell me, did you feel a sense of something wasn't right, but you can't place it?
You could say that.
I also felt it. Something's not right.
Well, should we continue searching what is not right, or maybe
We should keep.
focus?
Focus.
Let's focus together. Maybe we can amplify, um, and understand what it is.
Good idea. I've also got Neo to check the systems just in case it's something our combined power can't detect.
Now, although at this point, what did we roll? You rolled eight, I rolled. Okay, you roll again, and I will just assist.
Okay, so we'll both roll the force again.
by the way, did my 31 found anything wrong with the? Okay,
Mm.
Okay, let's
okay, there is
assist.
the answer.
That's a pass. Remind me.
Yeah, it's a +2 onto that, so that's a
Yes.
29.
Is it 10 or 15? That is what was my question.
Um,
If that is a plus two, a destiny, a force point is enough
Yeah,
to make it 30.
I think
mhm,
it's 15,
yeah.
but
15 will be, I think, a free. I think.
15 would be a free, so if that's. I think 10 is just a baseline pass, I think.
mm,
It doesn't go up the more you roll. If I remember correctly, let me check.
Below 10, nothing happens. If it's above
yeah.
10,
Okay,
you get
perfect.
+2.
Okay.
Okay, I rolled a two, so yeah, you basically if you roll a force point right now, you have a guaranteed 30, and
Yes,
Yes.
if you roll max, you have a guaranteed 35. not a
Yeah,
guarantee. Maybe for 35.
yeah, roll the force point. This is important
Okay.
Uh,
enough to Elena.
Hmm.
we
So
hit 30 at least.
that's 33, I believe.
Yes. So you don't, you can't be sure about that, but feel you feel like there was a very bad, let's call it presence, uh, that had this effect on you.
Does the presence feel familiar to me?
No.
Does the presence feel presency? You know.
Does it feel like a particular person?
Mm,
Does it feel like Abeloth is in that building?
yes, ambulance is in the building, and you are actually going directly to her mouth right now. You just haven't realized it yet. Don't worry, guys. Everything will be fine.
Yeah, sure.
All will end quickly.
Upon this, before I say anything to the rest of the crew, I don't actually activate a comlink. I actually send a hollow text to Kukruk and Ilva saying, "I felt a, I felt a dark premonition in the Force. Be careful."
Before going all of they all of that or tell us anything. When Neo finishes looking at the system, she looks at Sketch and says, "Should we look around the ship or something?" Before you inform us of whatever conclusion you came. What do you think, Sketch?
You can put it on autopilot.
Mhm.
Yeah, do we want to power it down in case it's like a forewarning that something will jump out at us? Because if we're powered down, they won't be able to sense us as easily.
Yeah, maybe that will help
It'll
on
make it
maybe.
harder to get away if they do know we're here, though.
Yeah, I agree.
So power down or just leave it.
Mm,
Yeah, we powered that. Until we know we get more information from the two force users, the kitchen area just like what we know. So we power. I think we should would power down.
Power down the ship.
okay.
Just we are less calling attention.
I contact them via
We'll be
MySpace.
begin. You can walk. You are not that far away.
No, I'm not talking. I'm not MySpacing you. I'm MySpacing
Oh,
our two fellow Force users.
should we roll perception while
Yes.
we're searching? Okay.
Roll perception just to be safe. I don't want
Of
to
course,
roll. I don't want you to roll separately for every single room you check. So,
no, we roll in general.
hmm.
So catch that, find something apparently.
Also, I ignore cover and concealment for perception checks
Hmm.
within 10
Nice,
squares of myself.
Watch
nice.
as we are getting attacked by space whales.
So
Yes.
And also, if we are because we will be on low light or anything like that, it doesn't affect my sight, so I have no problem.
Okay. So, let's say that you are checking the entire ship.
Yes.
There are two rooms that have NPCs inside. One is this one. The second is this one. Who's going
Well, I
to
went to
check?
the
only
right, so I will be checking on the when I arrive to the see the medical droid just in case I do a check on his systems.
Okay.
Do I roll a use computer or mechanics?
Uh,
I think I will roll
mechanics. I'd say
initiative.
mechanics. You check
Okay.
you check inside when you open the door.
31.
Okay. When you open the door, you see the
Mhm,
droid perking up
mhm.
and saying, "How may, how may, how
Yeah.
may I serve?"
Do you need me to
You,
evaluate your poop again?
let's
You
say
haven't got space worms.
I says in nothing really important. Do you have I need to check your systems just in case.
Very well, he says. Is there
I see that
any
there is my
reason for
mechanics support.
concern? It says.
No, just in case. Apparently, one of the members of the crew heard something was wrong. It could be wrong, and we're just making sure. Just
Routine check.
making
I
sure
understand, sir.
that
It says.
it's just making sure that you, in case something goes bad, you are in perfect condition.
Mm-hmm. So you check the droid. It seems that everything is fine with it.
Mm-hmm.
You find no malfunctions.
Okay.
Then as you leave, his eyes glow red and he's like talking a weird language.
Mhm.
He starts talking in Sith, and
Oh God. Uh,
his memory is
uh,
wiped out mysteriously, and then the ship
because
is
of
getting
bullcrap
possessed,
is restored.
and then the ship is getting possessed. Oh no!
All of a sudden, a very tiny alien comes out the back of it and goes, I can fix it.
Okay. What about the idea? After finish checking the droid systems, I finished everything okay. No need to worry. If you heard or see anything suspicious, tell to anyone of us.
Will do, sir. It says.
Have a nice day and keep looking.
Mm-hmm. And Ket is checking inside this room.
Yeah.
Just like opening the door somewhat impolitely, going, "Hey, we're checking this ship because I guess the Jedi got concerned about something. How are you doing?"
You can see her sleeping on the bed, being come on, with a blanket wrapped around her. She wakes up and goes, "Hmm, what now?"
The Jedi guys had some intuition thingy that they gave them concern, so I'm just checking on things. Are you doing all right?
Uh, yeah, I guess. You see her getting a little bit up, scratching her head. What happened to the ship? She realizes that you are not moving. Uh, Not moving. The power is down.
Oh, we powered down because we weren't sure if it was a premonition of something outside the ship attacking or something else. So,
Oh, I get it. I get it. Well, I'll give me a second and I'll come out as well. She says, and then she exits the room and starts looking around. Pretty much.
Uh-huh.
He
So at some
goes,
point, we will end up going, defining meeting with the Jedi at some point because we were
yeah.
searching everything.
So you start walking down, and you find the two.
Yeah. Hmm.
So what are we killing today?
Someone is the imposter. You have to vote.
Okay, I vote
I thought.
for let me roll. Mhm. All of
yeah.
us.
Great.
Dwayne's clearly imposter just from that statement. He's always in the cloud district whenever things go bad. It's clearly him.
So, can you please tell me what happened here?
Elena's. I
And
think at this point, I think this is just as Elena and Joanna coming out of their forced meditation
mhm,
investigation.
Hmm.
So
mhm.
you basically see them with their eyes shut, and then all of a sudden, Elena's eyes just shoot open, and her eyes are just darting everywhere.
And she shoots lasers.
It becomes
Mhm.
Cyclops and destroys the ship.
Oh,
Congratulations, everyone is dead.
Hooray!
That was the bad premonition. She will gain superpowers of the story.
Basically,
And then,
according to Dace, I look even more scared than I was the last time we talked alone.
Neo at that scene, her, jumping scared. He gets close to her, dodges her, and then shoulder says, "Everything okay?" and looks at Jawain to see how is his reaction to all of this. So how does Jawain react? So I know what, how he acts to him too.
based on what? I didn't hear you well.
He's looking at you to see how you reacted to the premonition we both had.
Mhm.
Uh, how
Okay.
I react? I'm unsure. Like I'm waiting for something to happen without really knowing what it is. It's
Okay.
more
At that.
like confused and uncertainty.
Mhm.
Basically,
Okay. At that.
Joanne's confused and Elena's completely on edge.
That just looking at the two of you, waiting, for either of you to recompose and tell us, exactly what it was that you see, feel, or whatever. While putting his hand on Elena's shoulder to help her calm down quickly.
hmm
Do you want to say that? Tell them, Cloud, or do you want me to do it?
That's up
Um,
to either of you.
you tell them.
Okay. Elena actually hyperventilates a little bit, and then once she composes herself, she looks directly at Neo with an expressed look on her face that Neo has only ever seen before once
Hmm.
on
Yeah,
Dantooine.
yeah. You see Nia's face go blank of worry.
We felt a disturbance in the force. I can't tell where it is, but there's something very dangerous on our current path. A presence that feels dark.
Not the disturbance.
not to the
We
I
disturbance.
fear that the danger we're getting into is growing at a rapid pace.
Oh, it's
And then
where we
she
are
said,
going, and then you see that he shares, looks at Ketch first, and then looks a bit at Daisy and back at Ketch to to see what he thinks about this.
Disturbing things. Like,
disturbing things.
do you
Hmm.
think we should just power up the ship and jump to another system?
I don't know. I get the feeling that I get the feeling that Joanne and I would feel this presence no matter where we went.
Well, I'm just saying if we jump to another system, we'll be less likely to be found if they're looking for us.
I doubt it. The feeling I get that this person is a force user just like the two of us, and more and very likely even more powerful. Maybe even as powerful as my master.
Could it be him?
No, I could no. This presence I felt it didn't seem familiar, but also a lot darker.
This Neo looks at everyone and the group and says, "What if we try to make an ambush? If it's coming and going after us, then maybe we can try to put an ambush, go to a planet that we know where we can make some kind of trap." around here.
Ambush, ambush what exactly? Desa says. We don't even know what's going on.
Yeah, but better than just keep going with a sense of anything bad happening at any point. If at least we wait until the point either it passes out or drives, we can be at least prepared for something.
Unfortunately, Data's correct, Elena says. Unfortunately, since Joanne and I can't yet pinpoint what it is, and I've not heard anything of a kind to help from either Ilva or my master, we can't exactly prepare for something we don't know enough about.
That you can see Desa looking around the ship, um, a bit concerned, and then says, "Well, the two of you felt it, so what do you think we should do?"
The only thing I can say for certainty is we should keep on our guard at all times, even when we're alone.
Uh, Great.
Okay.
Are we certain that we don't have any mm, hidden passengers on the ship?
Well, I can't say I'm the best surgeon, but
Check
I
all the
think there
crawl
might be.
spaces, Joanne. You and me.
Mhm,
uh,
I guess we can send Joanne and Ketch into the ducts to try and go through all the nooks and crannies, and in the meantime, Neo can check our systems again, and I'll try and reach out, see if I can sense anything.
Hmm.
And she looks at Dasa. I guess I'll have to rely on you to make sure nothing sneaks up on me while I'm standing still.
I can do that, she says.
mhm.
I guess
Neo, and that when they're saying that, I don't think there's anything that I can detect on the systems. I did a pretty thorough check the first time around, but so I don't think it's anything wrong with the systems of the ship. So maybe while we are doing this, I could check outside of it to see if anything's coming.
that is also a check that should
Okay.
be done.
Mm-hmm.
I wait until Joanne and
Mhm,
Ketch move off to go check the small crawl spaces,
mhm,
when Data is ready, is in position to guard me, I'll sit back down and
mhm,
enter another trance and try and use the force
mhm.
again.
Okay.
The moment the Gage and Jawain begins to move, I go to the system operator and begin to check around to see if I find any ship or anything like that.
Okay.
Mhm,
So everyone goes to check
mhm.
their areas. A perception check from everyone except from Elena that she will roll use the force.
Wait,
Okay.
I
Can
will be
I
check.
also use the force instead of perception?
Yeah, I'd say so.
I asked the
I
GM.
was going to
You
say
can
I'm going to be checking for for ships and stuff like that. Shouldn't I use a computer? Use
you
a
can
computer
use what?
that I said I will be checking for ships or anything that could be closing into the malcontent turtle. So shouldn't I
Yeah,
be
you can do
using your
that.
computer? Okay.
I got
Mm.
an 18 on the die, which is a 32.
Okay, I
19.
will use the force too, although I'm not surpassing Elena's. 20. Let
You
me
said
see. I have a force point left. Do it.
Do it.
There, 35.
Do it.
No,
Legendary
37.
35.
No, you got 37.
Do it.
Yes, but the pass is 35. Like the other is 40 and I cannot reach it.
I
Like
Okay.
I
have to
rolled
use the force
20
point
and,
to
and
see.
I can't
5.
reach I
You cannot rate it
I can. No,
either
if
right now.
no, I can. I can because if I get a nat 20, that's a
You need to
34.
get a nat 20 and 6 on force point. Like there's very low chances, but you
Yeah,
can reach it.
I can
But
reach it, but I can reach it, but it's very,
if it is
very, very
required,
unlikely. Yeah.
yeah, if it is required 40 to solve this mystery, yeah, like no way.
Yeah. To
In
solve the
case, and since
mystery.
I have not used force point today, I'm using a one, on
Okay.
my computer.
Okay,
So,
so we have to go so Neo is basically a Geth right now, and I have ultra sensing mechanics, ghost mechanics, or whatever.
so,
I'm a
uh,
Ghostbuster.
yes.
Yeah.
Elena's become the shadow broker.
Let's let's take everyone separately.
Yeah.
First off,
But
Neo,
Just
you find
start with Neo because I want to
yeah.
check some new headphones, so I will not be hearing a little.
He wants to hear
Okay.
his Neo headphones.
So, Neo, you find no vessel uh, around you,
mm,
and
okay.
you're pretty certain that you have done everything as you should. So,
Hmm.
unless something extremely out of the ordinary is happening, you're certain that there are no ships in your vicinity.
Okay.
It seems that you are clear from that. Uh,
Okay.
now, Ketz and Zawain, you've searched all, every nook and cranny around the ship. Uh, you have squeezed yourselves in some difficult to get spots, and you found almost
They found.
Zawain.
Yes,
Zawain.
yes, I can
Roll
hear.
roll a perception check
How?
by rolling a perception check.
I didn't
Perfect.
roll that well.
Perfect. Actually, you rolled just fine. Because your use the force
Uh-huh.
check was ultra success.
Yeah,
Um,
just reminding I hate you.
yeah.
Yeah. we
So,
we know we hate him too when he make us roll stuff that we are weak.
Jawain,
No.
you actually find a tiny piece of metal somewhere in
First,
the
can I
vent.
eat it?
No, uh, somewhere inside the vents. At first, you thought it was some kind of trash, but after looking at it more
It's still
closely,
trash. Yes.
you understand that it's still trash, but it seems to not be that much of a trash. So you reach out to take it to see what on earth it is, and once you try to catch it with your hand, you can see that small, let's call it ball. Uh, it gets out four legs and starts running really quickly
We
Oh.
are
inside the
talking.
vent.
We are talking about balls. That was a ballsy move you
Yes,
pulled there.
That
Yeah.
was a balls up.
that was a ballsy move.
So we have finally got our mystery guest.
Yes, you found your mystery guest, but we
Yes.
haven't gone to you yet. I'm leaving that for the end.
For the
Uh,
end
yeah.
game. Ha, ha,
So,
ha.
what are you doing, Joanne?
Well, I'm
Chasing,
chase.
right?
Can I chase it or no?
Yes, you can chase it. You can also use move light object. Uh,
Okay, I pull it.
yes. So you pull it to your hand, and you can see a small metallic ball with. You can see that it's a microscopic. Let's call it bot, droid of some kind.
Give me 1 second.
Mhm.
Go on.
It has one central eye and four appendages like, come on, like legs that are retractable. They can go inside the circular body and out again. So you grab it, it is trying to get away, and after you see that, and after a small struggle, I guess you're not trying to break it or anything.
I'm trying to get it off the ground
Yes, you pick it off the ground.
with move light object.
Yeah.
Exactly. Also give me another second. Now you can officially go on.
Okay. Make a use the force roll for the move light object. It's pretty in the bag, I'd say, but yeah, of course it
I'm
is.
rolling good.
Uh,
I
yes, you managed to you managed to pretty much telepathically move it and
Grab his
grab,
attention, yes.
yeah, and grab it. So it starts struggling inside your hand to get away.
Get away. Mm,
Uh, you can feel its four small legs pinning, pinching your fingers and
I don't I, I
stretching
don't
a
I
little bit.
don't I don't think I will put it in my hand. I can pull it till it's out and everybody can see it.
Oh, okay. You can do that as well.
That's his actual reaction.
That and I could also slash his legs,
Okay. I won't ask how you're slashing its legs.
with magic or a lightsaber. I do not know.
Yeah, it doesn't matter really.
Anyway, I'm not doing that except if I have to grab it and basically.
Okay, okay, okay. So
But since I don't have to grab it, I pull it out so everybody can see it.
as you're pulling it out and landing on the ship
I,
again from the vent,
by the way, I'm pulling it out without being able to reach the ground or whatever counts as a ground for it.
yep. Um, so you start shouting "Utini, Utini" to get everyone's attention.
huh? We go back to that.
Yep. Ketch and Neo approach Jawain to see what's going on,
Hmm.
and you can see a small,
Hmm.
almost invisible to the eye, metallic ball straggling.
Talking about
Technology
balls
knowledge
here.
do we roll?
Hmm?
Do I roll the technology?
Yes,
I use a force point. My last one of the day.
it's your last one. Just
20.
enough.
Damn it! All
Just
of
enough.
that to all of that to match sketch knowledge. Oh, okay. Sketch keeps suppressing me.
Mm-hmm.
Unfair. Fair.
So,
You,
uh,
you know, I was the apprentice, but now I am the master.
last.
Yes. Yes, you are.
Catch
uh,
master of
that's
all things.
so. As you approach to see it, you can see that it makes a trembling motion and then stops struggling. And you start watching it closely to see what exactly it is. You haven't seen anything like it, but after an examination that you do to its circuits and stuff like that, because I guess you are going to do that, of course.
Yes. I
Uh,
will open it. Yeah, if I don't recognize it versus
mhm.
from the outside, I will open it.
You find out two things. First, the inside of its body was it used it had the ability to use itself like a microphone. Every vibration that it got could be stored and then transmitted. So it could record sound, and its central and only eye, let's call it eye, you see that it most probably
Camera.
has the ability to record things as well.
Yeah.
So it seems that somehow a small droid, almost invisible to the eye, got its got inside the ship. And at this point, it's pretty obvious that it could spy on you. For how
Could I use
long?
could I use my mechanics roll to try to see where the signal was being sent, even if if not it's not being sent right now.
Hmm. You make a mechanics check and pray to the gods.
Yeah.
Pray to Aku.
Okay. I hope this is enough.
27 to 27.
27.
Wherever the signal was going, the signal is heavily encrypted. It's very difficult to trace it.
Hmm.
Uh, you're
Operation.
unable you're unable to do much at this point. But since you have it, someone else might know more about it.
Hmm.
Also, the droid is out of commission.
Yeah, of course. That's obvious.
And after that, Elena,
Mhm.
you did the use the force check.
Yep.
Unfortunately, my roll was, let's say, humongous.
Higher than a 32.
Yeah, I mean the D20 extremely high, something like the 17. Actually, it was 19.
19's not higher than 32.
I'm not going to say
The
uh,
pluses.
the pluses.
Fair enough.
So, you
What about
can.
Jawain, which was 37?
That was for the search.
Oh, okay. No, but you make him did do perception, so you know.
Yeah, if you use the force when you're searching around, if your check is successful, you ignore concealment
Okay. Just making sure. Okay.
and and come on, the other word,
Mhm.
concealment
Cover.
and cover, even complete cover and complete concealment
Okay, just making sure
if your
that
roll is good enough. But since you rolled so high, Cord,
Mhm.
you will get something else.
Okay. I get.
Uh,
I get
okay.
my force ghost.
yes, you hear in your head, you hear in your head something that you've heard before.
What
You are
about the
certain.
attack on the wiki? The wiki.
Yes, but what about the droid attack on the Wookiees?
Look,
Uh,
use the force. We should look.
you can hear a voice that you've heard before, once before, to be precise, that says the following things. It's hazy. It's pretty hazy, and you understand pretty quickly why it is hazy.
Mhm.
It says,
It
uh,
is cooking.
it says in a trembling and yet assured voice, "We will be strong again. We will feast again, and the blood of the weak shall wash pure the dead stone."
Wait, what?
Yes,
Elena, with who are you? What? Who are your friends?
Oh, great.
Oh god.
Oh, great.
Oh god. It's the voices I heard in the vision on Dathomir, isn't it?
exactly. To be precise, it's the final phrases that the lunatic that you now know his name was fairly good said.
Oh god. So basically, Daisa sees Elena opening her eyes again, same look, but this time her skin's completely white.
Okay.
um, she grabs you by the shoulders and she starts
Hmm.
thrusting you, not violently, but as gently as she can to
Snap out of it.
to snap out of it. That's on you. How do you think Elena would react?
She's completely mute. She's still like, she's extremely pale, but also completely mute. Basically,
Okay.
the exact same as she reacted on Dathomir,
Mm,
if not slightly worse, given now she has more info on the situation.
okay. Um,
Uh,
are you responding to Daisy's attempts to bring you back to
we
reality?
No,
question: are we close enough that we can hear all of that and get close the rest of the crew?
Uh, at that point, no. But after seeing that, Daisy will take Elena in her arms and go directly to her bed, lie her down, and inform the. Come on,
The crew.
I'll probably
the
say
crew.
I'll probably say by the time Elena's got to the room, Elena's completely passed out.
Okay. And she will inform the droid, the medical droid, and the crew, of course.
Okay.
So,
The moment you hear that,
so Elena is slowly becoming Frodo. Got it.
Elena already is
so
Frodo.
so that Neo Chas looks at Yawen and Ketch, and then at
Okay, I
the
have.
oh,
Wait a second. I have to say that I have to,
yeah,
let's call it role play that. You see
or
Dexa walking down where you are with
yeah,
fast movement, and she says with a calm voice, says,
uh-huh.
"Something's not right. Elena's passed out.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Everything seems to be working fine. Her breath, her heartbeat, but still."
No
At that
worries. She does it once a day, maybe twice.
Neo at that you can see that he's worried, but then he remembers what happened in Dathomir regarding the twin stuff and looks at her and asks her, did that happen while she was meditating or after she got out of the meditation to do her Jedi stuff?
I say while meditating or when she stopped meditating.
Did she have her eyes open at that point? Usually they don't open it at all until they are done.
She opened her eyes and went completely blank. And after she didn't respond, I just took her and back to her room, and she completely passed out
Hey
in the
The
guys,
wall.
moment
oh,
the moment she finishes saying that, Neo turns to the spy droid that we found, points it at him, and says, "Probably the Empire."
What is that?
Yeah,
The situation
the spy.
25.
Give me a second. In any case, he points at the droid that I don't know who is carrying right now, the spy droid.
Hmm.
Just for Jawain and gets to understand, he says the Empire, probably.
Assemble it and see what's inside.
Yeah.
I want
Let
spare parts. It'll make my. I need to start rebuilding an awesome droid.
that I look at Kitchen and says, "Sure, whatever. Just make sure that you can, if you can get any and all information from where it is, it could easily be
I'll
the
crack the shell if you want to search through its memory logs for information.
I will do that later. I want to be on Elena's side right now. I'm counting on you to do whatever tricks you need. Take whatever time. We probably shouldn't move the ship until we are all have all the information that we can. I will be at Elena's side, helping her and trying to see what happened. And after that, you don't see Neo unless you know until Elena wakes up. Until unless you know there no one is cooking food that he's angry or he goes to the bathroom. He's on Elena's room until she wakes up.
Okay. Actually, when you enter inside, I mean, you go there along with Daisa,
Hmm.
and
Yeah,
you see that she stays a bit herself to make sure that everything's fine.
yeah. Hmm.
Mm, and after a few, let's say, hours pass,
Hmm.
she gets up and you see her, you know, she, she knows that, okay, she doesn't have anything really bad, so she will be okay again. So she gets up and slowly uh, starts moving outside of the room. When she
Before
gets,
before she gets out, Neo says to her, "Thanks for doing all of that for Elena. I know crew and all that, and please help us, everyone. But still,
she looks back at you, taps your shoulder with her hand, and says, "Don't thank me, Neo. I've done nothing." And while she
mhm.
and when she exits the room, uh, make a perception check.
Of course, of
Of
course.
course,
Of course.
So I don't know anything.
you have the faint idea that while she exits, she says a mildly bad word in Ryle.
What did she say? Sorry,
She
I
says
didn't
a
hear what.
mildly bad word in Ryle,
Hmm.
in your dialect, pretty much. Not
Okay.
directed to you. Um, it's something like
in
shit.
general.
Yeah, something
Hmm.
like shit.
Directed to
Yeah.
this, directed at the situation what being that the Jedi girls got knocked out by something and there's nothing they can do.
Yeah.
Again.
Again.
Yeah.
Seems a bit par for the course, really.
Yeah. After
Oh,
she gets out, Neo obviously looks at the Megatron and tells it it's nothing very bad. Thanks for the work, and he can go back to his usual position, or if he wants to get a checkup or anything like that.
mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So, the medical droid actually confirms that everything's fine. She should wake at any
Yeah.
moment, pretty much. So it doesn't have anything serious. So all's well.
Yeah. From his point of view, yeah.
And that's it, pretty much. You con
Mhm.
you continue um to Coruscant, your course
No,
to
no, no, no.
Coruscant.
Before we continue on, Neo is going to wait for Elena to wake up. So we
Oh,
still have role play.
that that is going to happen, of course. But as you are going there,
Okay.
so yes,
Uh-huh.
Elena wakes up at some point.
There are legends that Elena only wakes up with a kiss of a handsome prince.
Oh my God, get
God,
him out.
God.
Uh,
Before she wakes up, I
uh,
think she's not gonna be awake fully at first. She's before her eyes even open. She's still pale. She's just basically Neo can hear her repeating a phrase that he's only ever heard her say once.
what is she repeating just so I know?
Uh, Riss, what was the phrase that the crazy man was saying again?
Okay,
Oh,
that one.
Yeah.
yeah. Neo,
It's
that so
this one, so that everyone can see. Give me a second to copy paste it.
yeah, they want that or they will return stronger or something like that. Mhm.
I prefer my versions here.
Yes.
That when she keeps repeating that, he notices she's just repeating the same phrase constantly. Neo takes her shoulder and says, "Everything's fine. You're here."
After 15 straight minutes of doing that, Elena finally opens her eyes and stops saying the phrase.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
That Neo says, "You're back again." It is a bit relaxed.
where are,
Waits for to sit down again, and so he sit on the bed or anything, and so he can sit on the side of the bed.
she doesn't she doesn't say anything, but I think it's clear that you can sit where you want.
I know, but I'm just waiting for her to sit up to not be, you know, on just resting on the bed, so we can have a proper conversation.
Elena just
Right?
slightly
And that.
sits up slightly on the bed. You the pillow still supporting her a little bit, and she just goes, "Yeah,
Mhm.
where are we?"
Mm, Nia at that point puts a hand on her shoulder and says, "On your room, you whatever it is that you saw or felt made you enter in some kind of trance or panic, and you pass out. The only moment that I remember, according to how Lisa described you, was when you saw that vision in Dathomir that you were so white."
I saw it again. The old man in the desert.
That you see that Nia is more worried, but tries to brings you into a hug of comfort, and says, "Okay, okay, let's relax, not think about that. And when you feel better, you can tell us if you saw anything else or more or whatever."
I nod. Completely exhausted.
That, when Neo finishes the hand, looks at her and says, "Okay, rest for now. When you feel better, come outside. You don't have to say anything, but we can eat, we can play, whatever it is that you need to relax and get back to a better humor. And when you are ready, him emphasizes the ready, uh, you can talk to us and tell us, or talk to me, just if you want to just talk to me. All
Oh,
right.
she just sounds very weak when she says it. Like, okay, okay,
But remember, not staying alone on the room all the time. Come out, even if you don't find anything to do. Just sit on the carpet and talk with me on catch, or just to be there. Anything to bring you more comfort. All right.
okay. She keeps saying that repeatedly, weaker and weaker before she actually falls asleep again.
Okay. That Nia just drops her, so she's well and exits the room. Goes to look for catch. Um, and before he tells you anything, just to know where he is, he goes to Joanne and tells him that she saw something else regarding that thing that they both saw in that ruin, and that
Definitely.
there, yeah, in that mirror, and to probably not bother her regarding that until she feels ready, and help with distracting her if he ever sees her around.
I nod.
After that, I go to Ketch and I sit down with him and ask him, "Did you find anything on that little droid?"
Did I make a technology check for that?
No, I think you have already done that. So
Yeah, you have.
Yeah.
It's at 26. It seems uh, it's impressive of how many things this small droid can do. Um, you don't feel it's
It's-
extremely sophisticated or anything, but someone, either a big company with a lot of, you know, expertise on the field of spy droids and stuff like that, could have made it, or someone that is very knowledgeable.
Information with.
You see no markings that would give away the manufacturer, which is a bit strange.
Is there anything like in the design, just like how it's put together?
Hmm. Uh, Actually, yes, there is something. You feel, you see that the metal that the droid's, let's call it body, is made of, the ball, is different from the metal that the legs have. Uh, it could be a design choice, but something tells you that it's not that. Maybe the legs are a later addition.
Share that information with
Hmm?
Neo. I
uh,
share that information with Neo.
Neo that looks at takes all of that and says, "So you don't think that this was the Empire then?"
Not sure if we've got enough to say.
Even if even then there is another possibility. What Elena saw that made her pass out, it was the we know the name of the guy now. What was the name? The crazy guy that
Uh,
was
Nas fairly good.
yeah. Nia had sorry, Elena had a vision regarding Nat Pelligot apparently, and you scared her to death, and she passed out from that. She's still not okay. I need to her to not stay in the room alone and come out so we can write her spirit and all that. But could we relate to whatever was going on with that? You see that Nia just breaks down and says, "We're in such a mess. How nothing on the ship detects this."
At this point, I guess you're back on.
Yeah,
Uh,
after just Dre looking at that and just
yeah.
sharing the that how he feels to catch. Yeah, it will be up to returning to the trip.
Mm. This I will sew up and say, did we
Mhm,
find anything on that android?
Well, not a whole lot.
mhm.
Damn it, she says. And you don't have to roll perception for that. It's
Mhm.
apparent that she's
Yeah,
angry.
yeah. hmm Of what you can relax is that it isn't anything probably involve you having in mind all the bad feelings that we have in our Jedi have been jumpy, so it's all on our side.
Ah, who sent this droid, though? How long this little bagger was spying?
That looks at her and says, "I wish I knew, but from the few time but getting much progress than I did with this, and you already heard what we had. I wasn't able to even track down the signal or anything like that before it completely shut down."
She looks around frustrated and then says, I guess it's a good thing that I haven't mentioned any of my friends' names then.
Yeah, mhm, it's good.
Then you can see her putting on a little smile on her
Mhm.
face, somewhat bitter though, and then she says, at least my training paid off.
Yeah,
Always assume that someone's listening.
that smiles at her and says, "It's a good thing to try to keep in mind." And trying to make it, relax more the habits and just, try to take her more of whatever she's remembering right now that makes her feel better.
Then she says, how's Elena? Did she wake up?
She wake up for a bit, managed to before she fall down sleep again to at least agree to not stay in her room all the time. To at least, come to a cockpit with me and catch and talk while we travel. But there's that. But yeah, it's better to not bring up what happened to her, just trying to make her relax.
I see. You think it's a good idea to disturb her or not?
Right now, she's asleep, and I will say if you want to talk to her, do it when you see her around or wait for her to wake up.
Okay. I think I need some sleep myself because no.
Yeah, sorry for waking you up and all that.
And she walks back. So
I'm getting it. Yeah.
you're getting close to Coruscant. You made the last change
Mhm.
to Geyser, and
Yeah.
now you're getting straight to Coruscant. It will take the journey from here to there won't take more than a few hours. Actually,
Mhm.
it's one of the
Okay.
safest and fastest hyperlanes.
Mhm. Give me a second. Then I check how many force points I use it. So I use it both, so I don't have any force power. I got it there. So we're up to Coruscant.
Hmm. And with that, let me, and with that, uh, one small question. Uh, is Elena going to
Yeah.
do anything before you get to the planet or not?
I could probably say she unconsciously does a force check, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Just more trying to open up to the cosmos again while she's
Mm-hmm.
unconscious.
Okay.
Slightly better.
Uh, you actually feel a bit better. You can feel soothing. The whole experience is soothing, so it actually helps.
Mhm. Good.
Um, you remind yourself that not everything's bad. Certain things are.
Mhm.
Um, and yes, maybe whatever bad presence that was, you know that there are other presences that you have already felt. I mean, friends and Kukruk and your previous master. That
And Quinlan Voss
yes,
when he was alive.
that will be very helpful. So
Mhm.
plus, you're getting to Coruscant. You don't know what you'll find there. You know that it used to be uh, the capital of the Jedi Order itself, not only the galaxy.
Is there still a premonition in the force telling me to investigate a temple when I get a chance?
Mm, actually, yes, you feel like if nothing else, just to see how the place, where this place is, what's left of it, what's going on, pretty much.
Okay. I'm getting some sort of reference. I'm actually getting a voice telling me to go to the temple, and I'm getting a Force Unleashed flashback.
Oh God.
For some reason.
Mhm.
Eleanor Unleashed.
So
Wait
you
till
could take.
she crashes a ship on the temple with
So having
their force powers.
having that in mind, as that Sandra someone told her, to not be alone and come to the cockpit. She could come up to the cockpit and tell the crew that she feels like they should go to the temple first.
She's not doing that yet because she's asleep. She has those images and things in her sleep.
Ah, sorry, I didn't know. Sorry,
She
I
still
thought you
hasn't.
were awake. That's why.
Don't worry about it. She's still conked out after She still hasn't opened her eyes since Neo checked on her.
Mm.
Okay.
So, as you're approaching the planet, um, Teresa wakes up at some point and goes and says, "Okay." She gives you the coordinates to where exactly you
Mm,
should go,
yeah. Okay.
and she mentions that the place you will be descending is known by the name Level 1313.
Uh-huh.
We'll find Boba Fett there. I'm here to
Okay.
try and fulfill my contract with a cancelled video game.
And yes, and she tells you that there are a lot of stuff going on down there, and in a few other
Mm.
fathomless pits around
Probably be released
Coruscant.
this time. Don't worry.
At that, after Data says that, you see Elena finally up and about, walking around, using the medical droid to support her. She's still very wobbly.
Okay. And then Neo smiles at her and points to one of the chairs there that should be free so she can sit.
She gets the droid to take her down there to sit down. She slumps down. She says, "I hope you don't mind, but there's somewhere I'd like to go while we're on Coruscant."
Sure, sure. If he can help you to, raise up a bit, sure, sure.
She looks at Dasa, given that Dasa's already been to Coruscant before, and she says, "And while we're here, at some point, I've had a premonition from the Force. I'd like to visit the old Jedi Temple."
She looks at you and says, "Hmm, understandable, I guess.
Yes,
You would.
Tyron, the game must be avenged.
The game must be avenged. I I understand why you would want to go there. Um, just to inform you, part of it has been rebuilt. It's not as it used to be, from what I've heard. There are no Jedi around, of course.
Of
Um,
course. I don't. I just say, of course. I don't expect. I don't expect it to be anywhere as grand as it used to be in my master's day.
hmm. From what I hear, it's used more like a historical site more than anything else these days.
I can understand that.
Well, if you feel that we should go there, sure.
Only when we get.
I
Only when we get the time. We have present matters to deal with first.
Neo that looks at her and says, "Would it make you feel better?"
Something tells me it might.
Looks this and says, "Then I think that takes priority." Yeah, and gives her an apologetic smile, for pushing the all the level free stuff for later.
Elena just gives him a knowing smile and saying, as if to say, "Sorry for fainting on you like that." She still looks rather weak.
Then, okay, so we are going to the temple first.
I
Yeah,
guess.
just so.
I guess that's what the party wants to do. Because I'd have been fine leaving it until after we do our investigation. But if you guys want to do it now, then we'll do it now.
Well, technically, there are two people that still haven't speak about this, and one of them
Go
is
on.
here.
So,
And Neo looks at Gage, to get his opinion.
So out of character, do we want to stop here or we're at like what, 5 hours?
I I have a still 2.5 hours of
Yep.
relaxing time
I think I
to
think
roleplay.
I think that we're stopping when we reach Coruscant. Pretty much when we
Okay.
finish this. Come on.
conversation.
This
Okay.
conversation. Yes.
Okay.
Because yes, I think it's a good
It's a
part
good
to
Yeah,
stop.
it's a good.
it's a good place to
It's the
stop.
first good. It's the first good stopping point that won't leave us on suspense.
Yeah. Plus, I think we can basically start with either going to see Dace's contact or doing a massive role play in a Jedi temple. Both of them sound appealing as a good pickup point.
Yeah.
So it's just the plan of, do we go see Dace's contacts first, or do you guys take Elena to the Jedi temple first?
Why not both?
Well, true. We
split
could do it.
split the party.
That happened so great last time.
Yeah.
Yes, it always pays out in every game.
Yeah, especially when you know there is a horrible dark force that's becoming stronger and stronger, and it has been spying on you for who knows how long. Right, splitting up.
See absolutely nothing wrong with this plan.
That's why I just said the order in which we go to places. Accelerate, not
Yeah,
to,
because I think in character, Neo doesn't want to leave Elena's side at the moment. I get that feeling, and I don't. I think Elena would be more comfortable if the party stuck together rather than split up again.
Hmm. Well, when I'm saying split the party, I'm saying it,
Teasingly,
jokingly
of
because
course,
yes.
because you're the DM and you want to destroy us all. So yeah, that's basically the question. Do you want to do the temple first, or do you want to do the contacts first? I'm open to either. Out of character.
I'm doing the temple first.
He does, Tyron. Riss certainly does. So you've got one vote for the temple. Anyone else?
Mhm.
I will vote for the contacts.
Okay.
I
We have
I'm open to either. So
I would say the temple for Elena, more than anything, for so Elena is on a better feeling in general when we go and go to the contacts, which could end up going south, and it's better to be up prepared and in the best mental and physical position than anything.
Okay, it's decided then.
Jedi.
First thing next session, you'll be visiting the Senate. It's actually a ginormous
Palpatine. A ginormous
A
Palpatine
statue of
and the door is the
Palpatine.
bottom of his cloak.
yes, it's a ginormous statue of Palpatine, the only one that survives to this day.
Bring themselves to tear down the Senate. I mean the statue.
Yeah, they went there, seeing the statue. Oh, we haven't brought down this statue down yet. Oh, this is a statue of the Senate, not Palpatine. Oh, yeah, you're correct.
Of course.
I am the Senate. Tell me how my Palpatine voice is in the comments below. I am the Senate.
Do it.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Once more, the Senate will rule the galaxy.
So, we're going to the temple then.
I guess so.
Okay.
Wait, what's Stace's vote?
No, no.
Dace is a part of the crew now. She has a vote.
Yeah. True.
That's my voice, and you know.
I
Yeah.
know it's your voice, but it's Data's vote.
Yeah. Sadly, it is.
um, okay, she would say that her contacts are not going anywhere. A small detour won't hurt. Thank. Probably it won't hurt a small detour first. So
Elena re-emphasizes to Data again. I mean, honestly, I don't mind waiting on it a bit if we really need to go see these contacts.
okay, now she has something to say actually. If you think that you'll be able to get yourself into trouble, because it's a very real possibility that we'll get into trouble down there, then we go to meet my contact first. But if going to the temple would make you feel better and be more active, let's say, it's probably best to go to the temple first.
I nod. Then, taking in your advice into consideration, I don't think I'll be I'll be much use if I'm a wobbly mess as I am right now. So I guess we're off to the temple.
You see her
Oh,
nodding.
the wizard, the wonderful
Wizard
Wizard
of
of
Oz.
Oz.
Yep. Time to see the wizards of Oz. At least where they were.
You see her nodding and putting her hand on your shoulder and saying, "Yeah, perhaps that's the best course of action." How old are you again, kiddo?
I'm afraid to say it, but
19 an adult.
I'm afraid to say it, but before I met these guys, and was spending most of my time alone trying to stay under the radar of the Empire. I was only 16 when my master when my master disappeared, so I'm 22.
Ah, not that young then, he says.
I'm older than you.
Actually,
I'm older than you think.
seems, yeah, it seems so. Actually, we don't have a huge difference in years. I'm not even 30 yet, he says.
I smile. Us young whippersnappers got to look after each other.
Yeah, be careful because it's apparent you had a difficult life.
I say I just look at her with a grim sorrow and say, doubtful it's any tougher than your own.
She sighs and says, "You get used to it at some point. You will too."
Unfortunately, I've had no choice.
None of us does.
Thank.
Then when,
Go on.
yeah,
No, you
and
go on
then says,
first.
but fortunately, there are some things that we do have a choice.
I suppose you're right.
And she walks away.
Girl talk over. She's bonding with me more because I'm the only fellow female. Hello, fellow female. Hello, fellow female.
When you're don't acknowledge.
We're so awkward about that. We actually do sometimes when we're so drunk that we forget our names. We just go fellow female.
Imagine.
At least here in all of these, I've seen, I like girl at some point when she's gone neoperatively gets this component and the disco ball goes down and music begins to play.
What was that? I didn't hear that.
I press the disco button where
The disco
the
button.
disco music and the disco ball goes down and begins to play all.
So,
Elena laughs weakly at that.
so I think we are officially done.
Yes.
We are
So now what?
So now we're going to play some love letter. Real, yeah.
Yay, love letter.
All right,
By
I'm
the
gonna
way,
need a break for lunch.
I need to
okay.
grab something as well. Also, by the way, Tyrant, I will be stopping the stream here, but if you have nothing else planned, you're more than welcome to join us.
Yep.
Yes. Actually, Cloud.
No, not for Among Us, for a card game called Love Letter.
Todd has to be joining us if we can do that. It
Yeah,
sounds like
yeah.
what are
Yeah, if Cloud is able to join us, we'll be playing that. If not,
Yeah,
Who
because
knows? We'll see.
we could play some Among Us. We'll see. We'll see.
Oh, I got to download the app. Okay.
But
Look,
download the
my
app.
phone is
or
30
maybe
times for
some cards
the
against, or maybe we
debit.
could play some cards against humanity. You never know.
Oh. Yeah.
You could do
We
that
will
as
see.
well.
Either way, no matter what we're playing, Tari, you're more than welcome to join us.
Yes.
Uh,
And with this, we'll say goodbye to everyone.
all right
See
then.
you next week. Not for Star Wars, chances are it will be for our.
That's how we are running for our lives
is
yet
fully
again.
ready.
Yep.
Yes,
Next
we'll
week.
be
Yet again,
running.
it's the first time you're running for your lives in my game. Don't
Eh,
No,
yet
no.
again me.
Also, it's not the.
He
But
means
then
in
again,
general, but yeah.
it won't be the first time that I'm pulling Neo's max times arse out the fire.
Hey, yeah. I do admit that a lot of times all of you guys say my sorry ass, but hey, last time that I remember, I wasn't the one that first loved his his consciousness. I was the one dragging Jeff Wayne out of out of the mess who had lost unconsciousness.
I know. I'm just teasing around, but
Yeah.
either way, next time, unfortunately, we can avoid even less the ships.
No,
Anyway,
the ships. The ships are unavoidable.
collision course ahead.
Yeah.
The
Yep.
ships.
And on like 10-week piracy
You are too late now. The ships have
plotline.
already sailed.
Yeah. Yes, they have.
I'm gonna have to start planning like a 10-week plotline where it's all just taking place at sea on various ships that will be named after various hodgepodge potential relationship names.
Yes.
Oh, welcome to the SS Snipertron Scarab.
Medsky. The SS Medsky.
Me-
Anyway, I'm gonna go
Yes.
eat. Be
yes.
back in a bit.
Nice
The
man.
SS Jets. Anyway, to the stream, thanks for watching, and we will see you next week.